Hey gamers! It's Mr. Dungeon's time! It's time for post-game shit? For whatever the hell is awaiting after the end of the game, because there wasn't an obvious... hint at that? I entirely forget what goes on in the post-game for Red and Blue Rescue Teams. We're gonna find out together. It's gonna be a time. I'm sure I won't suffer at all, considering this is the first Mr. Dungeon game and they didn't know how to chill back then and they haven't changed anything at all for the remake. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah. I'm keeping going with DX for now. I do want to go back to do the... What is driving by right now? That's a sound that's happening outside my window. Okay. I do want to go back to try the WiiWare games again eventually. But I want to actually make some progress in the post-game here. I might eventually switch to do like other things on Saturdays, unbelievably, impossibly. I'll figure it out though. But yeah, there's kind of a lot of question marks on that save screen. That's kind of a lot right there. And that's fine. But huh? Immediately plot? That Lombre, he amuses me so. Oh, long time no see. You're well? You see, I've heard about Lombre's tale. It's too funny. I heard that Lombre almost drowned at sea. That isn't funny at all. Never mind, she's right. But that Lombre, he lives in water. I'm very pathetic. He almost died though. That's still the case, you know. What was that it? You had a whole like important exclamation mark above your head. I mean, sure. Well, what's that? Oh, you mean what happened at sea? I wasn't drowning. Sheesh, they're making up stories about me. Want to know what really happened? No. See, a while back, I went out to the sea to frolic. You know? I was trying that dive thing. Yeah, remember that new HM for this generation of Pokemon games, Dive. So I was having fun going underwater, and I got washed out to sea a bit. All of a sudden, these wicked clouds rolled in. Before I knew it, there was a full-blown storm raging. There's more. A dungeon appeared in the sea. I was shocked witless, and got out of there fast. Who would have guessed it? A dungeon in a stormy sea. Huh? You want to know more about that dungeon in the sea? Not really. I've moosed it out of there, so I can't tell you much. I know. Maybe Whiscash would know something. Yeah, that'd be best. Go talk to Whiscash. Just shunting off responsibility to Whiscash, who might not know anything because he's kind of restricted to this little area. It's fine. Ah, so you wish to know about the dungeon in the sea. I too have heard of it. I've heard of a place that is far off our coast. It's the sea churned by torrential storms and violent waves. It's a place appropriately named the Stormy Sea. I don't want to go there. My tail's gonna go out. There, one will find a dungeon that leads to the bottom of the sea. The sea is infinitely dark, and its depth unimaginable. That is what I have heard. You look eager to go. I'm not, though. Nobody can stop your adventurous spirit. You be careful now. I really don't want to go there. Oh, you know what we had to do? We had to rematch all the legendary birds. So we did that. We fought Articuno, I believe. Rainbow Gummy. I mean, that's pretty nice. No stick cap. Remains Island. Hmm. A perfect apple. You know I need that. A-rank stuff, though. Special reward. Ooh. Save Smeargle. Reward. Something nice. Smeargle's desperate plea, huh? That's quite the title. What does it say? Can you read it? No. This is not in Pokemon language, actually. Very strange. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Smeargle. I once had aspirations of becoming an artist. Then one day, there was an incident of unforgivable nature. Your tail got snipped off? I fled because I didn't want to get all sticky, but then I lost my way. I now find myself in this forest, unable to extricate myself? Extricate. I'm lost in the howling forest. Somebody, please save me. Save you from this place that you got mail out of. Who picked that up? Clearly, Pelipper stopped by. Didn't want to get all sticky? What's that mean? I don't really get this. But let's go rescue this Smeargle anyway. I'm not sure how I feel about that request. Hi, Diglett. Oh, honey. Papa still hasn't come home. Our son. Sorry to make you wait. Oh, that voice. Get set. Ha! 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 You're destroying the entire area. Papa. Our son, we're sorry for causing you anxiety. Papa, where were you? We were traveling the world. That'd be cute. Thank you. My throat died in the middle of. Don't worry about it. But thank you. Dies. I revive instantly though. He was out getting milk. Yeah, right. I'll show you the request that I'm unsure about in a sec here. The world is vast. There are countless Pokemon around the world that are unknown in these areas. That's why you were gone. Papa, did you see all the Pokemon that aren't known in these areas? Of course not. What do you take us for? They do have 3 sets of eyes. Oh, of course. Papa, you're so special. I'm not gonna think about that situation too hard. The identity of a Dugtrio. That kid's got 3 dads. Good for him. But yeah. Apparently we're gonna have to worry about getting sticky. Yeah, very progressive for when this game was originally published. I definitely don't have enough to make it. Final Island! This island of legend may not even exist. It hovers on the horizon and disappears suddenly as if it were a mirage. That doesn't sound very useful to have as a camp. What do you mean? I thought you were building these places. I guess these are like, we're buying land in those areas, but... Alright. Interesting. What? The Stormy Sea, right. Okay, she's just got plot reminders. Supposed to make sense. Don't need all that. Did I not have any Reviver Seeds? Because I guess that would make sense. Right, because I ran out of all of them on the last mission. Forgot I had these. Do I have anything else that I would want to take out, considering my total lack of Reviver Seeds? These protein for sure. I'll take like one of these. It's kind of annoying to take out like varying quantities like that. So I'll just, oop. I wanted both of them. And then... just in case. Probably just wanted to do something, like, easier to start off. Just so that I can get some items back. Hi, Absol. My instincts at that time were correct. I'm glad I helped you out. Let me say my thanks once more. Thank you for saving the world. You made a promise to Articuno during that time you were running away, right? That you would stop further natural disasters from spreading. Now that we've stopped the star from falling, it might be good to meet up. Not only with Articuno, but also with Moltres and Zapdos. The three legendary birds, right? Yeah, we've done that. Well, not all of them, but... Solar Cave, that is the one that was unmentioned. But Remains Island. I'm sure that can't be too hard. I apparently have a lot at Mount Freeze. Which is interesting. Very interesting. Because I did just go through the, oh, what's that? What was the... was it Mount Freeze that had Articuno? I think it was like a forest. What was the name of the place? Frosty Forest, there it is. Yeah, okay. So let's see. Carbos, special reward, gold ribbon, protein, purple gummy. These are all C ranks. Okay. Probably not too bad. Probably not too bad. But it's a lot of ice types. And probably I should be smart this time. And do that. Bring avocado. Getting ahead of me already. Haven't been in this dungeon for 2 minutes. Struck though. Actually, what item do you have equipped? Because apparently nothing. Who needs that the most? Lychee for sure, because this is an ice type dungeon. Seemingly, actually not a ton of ice types looking at the enemy list from earlier, but still. Like, what the fuck is Vigoroth doing here? Of all things. I know they're, you know, one evolution away from being lazy again, but I think being lazy in a icy area where they could freeze to death is maybe not the, you know, that doesn't sound like the best environment for them, but I guess, you know, they're allowed to do whatever they want. When is the first mission in here? Do I have an apple on me? Did I remember to do that? Nope. Although, aside from that, you're like really under-leveled, so I'm not gonna worry about you for a sec here. I have higher attack, but this is probably more useful for me still, because I actually use physical attack. I didn't even sell the gold ribbons. Fantastic. Well, I hope there's an apple on this floor for you, buddy. Anyway, first mission here. 4th floor, gotcha. I'm so, like, unconcerned about, also using Fire Fang from afar is, great for me. I'm so unconcerned about getting, like, apples, because it's like, well, I have tiny stomach. I don't need to worry about food. I can just eat whatever the fuck I find, right? I can just eat an orange berry if I need to. Forgot that there are Pokemon in the dungeon that might need food. Also, we've already found everything. No apples. Sorry. Sorry, Sir Skit. Of course. It's specifically when I have, like, 0 apples that I've run into 5,000 of those per dungeon. It's great for me. Oh, Lychee, I wish you were doing 1 more point of damage with that. I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be a little silly. I really want the item nearby that Pokemon to be an apple. I don't know if we saw it when the camera went over there earlier, but it's money. I mean, if you eat that, I think logically, you're a fire type. The fact that it's metal isn't really... can't be that big of an issue. I think it'd be perfectly fine. Hi, Zangoose. Great. Goodbye, Zangoose. Oh, I could be getting such a payout if I just had apples. Also, there sure is a strong foe on this floor. Not that those are usually that big of a deal, but... I mean, we'll see. I want to get you before you explode. Just, you know, precaution. Yeah, I'm right in line for you. Yup! Hell yeah! As a Zangoose liker. I am delighted. Oh! Yeah, okay, Lychee. That's allowed. You're already getting ahead of me in levels again. It really has not been that long since I grinded out all of us to make sure we were at the same level. I think she ended up a little ahead of me, but even then. She's just a fast learner. Yeah, you know, I don't have any apples. So, like, what's the point, you know? Why would I bother? I wish there was just, like, the regular... I don't know what to call it. The A attack that's not any particular move. It'd be nice. I think it'd be cool. Oh, lucky, you're definitely not gonna be an annoying foe to take down, considering you're bulky. Oh boy. Nice! You're still using takedown. I didn't deselect that, did I? I guess that's basically fine. I don't have that much of an issue with that. It'd be really funny if we got a Pokemon on our team with, I forget what the ability is called, but the one that lets you get more money off of sales. and we ran into a Kecleon shop. Well, I had these gold ribbons to sell. I just think that'd be a little funny. A little silly. Some real potential here. Make it smart for me to have brought these along and not just a silly little mistake. So many enemies on this floor. Not that we're trying to grind right now, so goodbye. I mean, I suppose Avocado is, but that's fine. Another Surskit as well. What is it with Surskit in this dungeon? I get that the cold is not great for them as bugs. But why are they here in the first place? Why is this just their place now? Oh, Razor Leaf. Hi, Chimiko. Every time I assume it's gonna be a steel type. Gonna be? Weird verbiage. You know what I mean. I assume that's a steel psychic. Blast control. Not something that I would have on the regular, but it is nice to have as just a random recruit, just in case. Especially with all these Pineco around here, actually. That's actually real nice. Honey, I wish I had a single apple for you. Glad to not have the sandstorm anymore. Probably wasn't great for Surskit either. Dizzy with hunger. That's fine. Doesn't seem like an issue at all. I do have something for food, I'm pretty sure, aside from the Oran berries, which I'll use that if I have to, but, you know. Ideally. They're nice to save. For when I actually need an Oran berry specifically. I guess I could have saved the proteins. I think that would have worked. If I really wanted to be a gamer about it. Like I am right now. One step too late. Is there anything funny I could do to fix this right now? I could eat a blast seed, which would be really funny. I'm not gonna, but I could. This would also be funny. Aw, I was really hoping that'd work. I don't know why the bag takes so long to open from the B button shortcut. Like it seems to be responsive enough with everything else, so it's weird that it's just that. Fucking, not that one. I don't know how I do that so often. I think it's the fact that every other fire type move I have is a ranged move. And yet, still. Another blast seed, baby. Appropriate in this dungeon with all these Pineco. Pineco? I don't know. That's what I've been hearing recently as a pronunciation. I guess it does make more sense. But I don't know. One of these days, I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm gonna stop using Fire Fang as if it's a ranged move. You know what it actually is? Oh, my fucking blast seed again. Thank God for blast control, at least. What it is that A is like the default button, so if I'm not thinking about a specific attack to fire out, I'm gonna hit that. Pineco! Pineco is weird for me because it's like, Pine Company? Another blast control, okay. That's what, you know, it's like it. I know it's literally Pinecone without the but weird shit. I just want this Pineco to use Explosion. How? You know, just one of the few Reviver Seeds I've gotten so far, if not the only one. There it goes. Yeah, one of two. Just because someone had to gobble up my Blast Seed for a second time in a row. Nightmare. Next mission isn't for a couple more floors, I think? 10th floor, okay. And then it's like 11th floor, then 15th, so there's a bit of a gap there as well. Nice. Well, the recoil got him, so I guess that works. But if... Is Bide? Does it hit straight ahead? Apparently. That is a very easy way to get around that. Oh, girl. If I didn't already have a chime come. I see. I was about to say, it's evolving? I remember Chimeco having an evolution. It just loops back around to Chingling. As you do. I think it'd be silly, I think it'd be funny. Are you kidding? Not that it's a huge loss. You know, it's just an Oran Berry. I hate Bug Bite so much, though. Worst fucking move in the game. Like, the multi-hit moves that, like, kill you in one go are pretty bad, for sure. But... taking items out of my bag. And the, like, 100% guarantee, seemingly, that it'll eat a Blast Seed if that's in your bag. Like, eat a Pecha Berry every once in a while, come on. Anything else. Swap blue on this floor, apparently. Okay. Going great. Got 2 Reviver Seeds, the last 2 Reviver Seeds, or last one of the 2 anyway. Blast Seed. It is making up for one of the ones that I lost, but it's not what I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, Yeah, different Chimeco. I needed a friend over here, so that works out. Yeah, get us out of this floor. Oh, Primeape. Great. I love Sandstorm. My favorite. Yay, a tiny pile of Poke. Precisely what I needed. At least I finally got the spread on that. Splash damage. That's something. Technically. Goodbye, Frame Ape. Let the other one over there be. More money. My favorite. Money. It is consistently so disappointing. Fanpy! It's so disappointing to get money in this game. In this entire series. Like, wow, look at all those items on the floor over there. Sure, it'd be nice if there was anything useful there. Also, can, like, wild Pokemon be holding on to items that, like, we don't have to get them when they die or anything. They don't have to drop them. But just so that Bug Bite is at least as fun for the player as it was for the enemy. Hopefully not items that they could use, you know, but just like a chance that it could have a similar effect. A similar benefit, at least. Reviver Seed? Okay. That's definitely not going to be turned against me. I love Blast Seed. My favorite item. Blast Seed. Okay. Farewell, Shelgon. You're now officially Shelgon. What do we got over here? Elixir. I mean, alright. Not the move I wanted to use, I'm just a little clown is the thing. Other, I mean, you know. Actually could use that right now. Probably want to go down here, in fact. Boy, I sure wish I had an apple right now. But I do have a plain seed. So it's fine, actually. A little early, but yay, more money. Precisely what I needed. Neat. I love hail. I do want to go through the other two legendary bird rematches. So we got Moltres and Zapdos to do. In terms of, like, between Avocado and Tangerine. Tangerine would be good for both of them because of the resistance to at least, you know, one of the main damage types. Avocado wouldn't really do a ton in that respect, I don't think. I think it would have to be Tangerine. Might want to get that full evolution going, though. Another Pokemon I could give an apple if the dungeon would drop any apples at all. Even once. I'm on the 14th floor, you know. 14 floors for this dungeon to have spawned a single apple that I would not have used. Nightmare game, truly. Watch this be Poke again. Oh my god. Could you handle this? This damn shell gun. Yup. Most predictable game in the world. Ice lacking. They're surprisingly not bulky. Like, the fact that that one went down in a single hit with, like, 70 damage is, I don't want to proceed without killing this guy. Because I might as well. Okay. 70 HP, or something. No? Okay. Weird. Strange. I love that it confirms that you want to proceed without giving the Pokemon an apple when you don't have an apple and there are no apples on the floor. Like, brother, I wish I could not proceed and do that. But you have not given me the option. It's funny, I was thinking, like, oh, maybe I should just bring, like, 2 apples into every dungeon from now on, just in case those happen. But I've gotten 3 in this entire dungeon, 3 or 4. So that wouldn't be sufficient, technically. Speaking of apples, though. Watch there be, like, not a single other one of those for the entire rest of the dungeon. Like, we're just done now. Hi, Lucky. Flinch. Come on. Not a lot of damage for a difficult enemy. The burn will be really nice. Never mind, doesn't even matter. That grass not unslacking. Good shit. Oh, we need to get out of here, don't we? Oh, wait, no, wait. There was a Pokemon on this floor that we need to help. We can't leave yet, also. I need to find the exit first in order to do that, anyway. It's maybe an important step in the process. Avocado? Feels like you haven't leveled up at all in this dungeon. Which is strange. Considering you're the lowest level member of the team. Not, well, if I don't have to worry about recoil damage, and instead can get, like, possibly some stab super effective on enemies, probably worth it. I just want to make sure that she has, Levitate in her toolbox for when she needs it. What is that request on? What floor? 18th floor, and that's it. What did that say? Help! I'm friends with Wurmple since we both evolved fast. So y'all, both of you two understand evolution. Are they aware that that's not actually that common, seemingly? The more you know. A lot of Pokemon in this world don't know that that's a thing. Or possibly the one Pokemon that was really shocked by it is just like homeschooled? Maybe. Like, that would track. There was an item down there. I missed that. I guess we can get that on the return trip. Do I trust y'all to take care of this? I don't think I have an option. Because I'm not going to get there in time. We're fine. Okay. Great, I love Spin Trap. The fact that I got into that hallway is nothing short of a miracle. Another apple. Fancy that. Hey. Die. Yeah, damn slacking. Revenge for Norman's gym. Been a while since I did that, though. So it's not exactly fresh in my memory. Clearly I need to do a Nuzlocke. I mean, I did say I wanted to do, like, no items during battle Nuzlocke. As, like, next step up after I finish White 2. You know, knock on wood. If I say that now, I'm gonna fail this run. But, you know. Can you handle this? Yeah, you did pretty good, actually. I was concerned. But apparently I shouldn't have been. I think this might actually be the last floor. I get it. It's hailing. I understand. Not my first mountain. It's heat wave time. It is no longer heat wave time. I'm just not bothering to use Ether right now. Okay. I got shit to do, like collect this pittance over here. Great. Great situation. Oh, Pineco. Come on. It's not worth it. Oh, no. Yay, Chesto Berry. Oh, girl, come on. Don't die. We're going to the stairs. Don't die. Don't die. You. Thank God for the redo. I can literally just leave if I go up here. No, not quite. There's more. There's not hail happening right now. If we just... Yeah, I want to go up and around. And that'll take me to all the rooms with items in them. Oranberry, very nice. Okay, not very nice. Incredibly stinky, in fact. Stairs. Glad I took the detour. Dizzy with hunger. Can't be good. I'm pretty sure I did use up all my dojo tickets, and I'd like to use some for avocado. Not that I'm using avocado in the legendary bird fights. You can just, yeah, you're good. Literally one more hit, and that's all it was. Okay. This dungeon is taller than I thought it was. But that's fine. It occurs to me that it might be a good idea to just leave. However, the entire purpose of me going through this dungeon was to get items that I'm low on. And there's items here. So I have a particularly stupid idea. At this rate, sure, you know? I'm going in approximately the right direction anyway. Yeah, you know what? Great. I hate that you just did that. I don't know why I even bother at this point. It's all just gonna be Poke anyway, and others. I think it's perfectly sensible that those are the two most common things to find on the floor. I think that makes sense, you know? It works out well. Thanks for the hydrate, Cossack. And that's rich. I do think that's a good idea, because you do need a lot of Poke. At least a lot of the stacks in order for it to add up to anything significant. And, obviously, one of the most important things in a dungeon is being able to continue using moves at all. Particularly once you've gotten to, like, floor 10, 15, and beyond. But it does seem a little overtuned. There's a typical enemy over just a little north of us. Don't know if everyone noticed. There we go. Well, I have a dojo ticket now, but it's only one. Do you wonder how easy it is to check, like, how close you are to getting every single Pokemon? Probably not too bad. Nice. Decent payout. I really don't need the perfect apples. I mean, it's nice for rescuing Pokemon. Could have used those earlier, but... Imagine if I said no. Imagine if I just went into the camps and instantly kicked them out. Might have to manually check from memory. Yeah. I mean, dividing them up between camps like the game does make it kind of easier to check, since you can just, like, list them all out by camps and be like, okay, this camp's all done. You know, it's not too bad, but it would be nice. Oh, I'm so close. Carbos! Gold rank! What do we get for that? 20 capacity on camps, 40 capacity on jabs. I definitely use the other editable teams. I've done that before. I've swapped teams. Me over here with my 2 main, like, third-party members that I use. I've done that. Is the toolbox editable teams? If you try hard enough. Is the toolbox size capped at 48, or is this just like, it improves every other rank now? The statue of Mime Jr. will be erected near the bulletin board. Go see it tomorrow. Who knows, maybe Mime Jr. will be attracted by the statue and show up in a dungeon. Voice training is so much fun and strenuous. I can believe it. Hope it went or is going well for you. 56 is the cap. Good. That seems about right. I kind of wish it was 60 just so it was a nice even number. But I think that makes enough sense. I can respect it being a multiple of 8. Is that accurate? Yes. Started a couple days ago. You actually enjoying it? Hell yeah. The game spits in the face of the OCDs deliberately. Yeah, the perfectionism in terms of, you know, it's not... It's not great. The rank up values... I'd be more okay with it if it was, like, powers of 2, because it's, like, you see those a lot, too, so, like, those are nice numbers. I enjoy them. It needs to be a multiple of 5, or a power of 2, and then I'll be happy. Reportedly wobbled the wrong way and wandered off, and be rescued by the famous Team Hydro. Wayward wanderer Wobbuffet was only wobbly and otherwise unharmed. Numerous reports that the older the Kecleon merchants than Pokemon score occasionally goes missing. He's greedy, must be off doing business somewhere, some residents claim. That's really... That's like, this isn't just like some big name capitalist, dude. This is like your local merchant who sells you food and shit. Like, this is a active member of the community who are just like, he's such a greedy bitch. Like, hello? His younger brother denies such claims. He wouldn't get free items in dungeons and then try to sell them. Yeah, imagine getting free items in dungeons and trying to sell them. That could never be me. Sky Tower. Please say Teddy Ursa. We're both alike in being kind of vacant and unpredictable. So true, bestie. I wish that was like a reward of I will join you. Cause Spinda though. How long has it been since I talked to the other Kecleon? Maybe since the beginning of the game. When a TM is sparkly, it means one of your teammates can learn a move from that TM. You can check which teammate it is by pressing plus. I have never checked this store. Even once! Do you think I should get Focus Blast? Or Focus Blast? Should have mentioned it. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I knew it was there. I knew this shop existed and it sold TMs, but they're so expensive and specific that I never check it, you know? Like, the odds that I'll find A, a TM that I can learn, and B, a TM that I would want to learn. Focus Blast OP. That is true. Max out accuracy. Ooh, you got a point. Think I should buy one of them, maybe? Focus Blast is normal type, correct? Fighting type, right? That was wrong. Horse-based special moves. Ooh. Tempting for sure. Is Thunder still super low accuracy? Yeah. I mean, obviously I can also use the same trick on that. Oh, that's only front. Huh. I guess that makes sense. Any other attacks here actually good? But it does require the recoil, yeah. Discharge is room wide. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Snarl, nearby Pokemon. Snarl is super great in Pokemon Masters EX. Less so here. It'd be an interesting way of dealing with a monster house for sure. Do you think I should just pick up both of the Focus Blast TMs just in case? I have the money for it. Although I don't know that I'd ever have a use for, you know, more than one Pokemon knowing it. Might be good to just buy one. Buy one and check who you... Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, check who I have that can learn it. Let's find out. Nidoqueen. Electabuzz. Vigoroth, Slacking. Zangoose. I'd be down for using Zangoose at some point here. As a Zangoose liker. And also as a Nidoqueen liker. Maybe. Neither of them would get stab on that though, which is kind of... sucks a little bit. No one here does though. Electabuzz should. Electabuzz should evolve into Electivire and gain fighting type. Not that it would in this game, but hold up in a second, yeah. Oh, right, I need to... Well, first of all, I'll do some shopping, but also I want to sell the ribbons. Oh yeah, that's true, your Gardevoir has no stab moves. Stab moves are just so nice, and Mr. Dungeon is the thing. So I gotta have them always. Right, yeah, because the psychic move. Psychic moves that she can learn kind of suck ass. Very good, Miku. I do like that one. Excuse me. Do you see where I was pointing my head here? How... Okay, that's fine. Need to store a couple of... Lovely, okay. I was gonna say, store my blast seeds so they don't get used against me again. I like to have one on hand so that I could use it, you know? Ideally. So true, Kazakh. Lychee is the most important. Nothing else matters. How much money do I have now? 11K. I could afford one of the more expensive... Oh, you know what I never did yesterday? Store some money. An apple. Nice to have, for sure. I'm assuming Final Island. You know what? I guess I would either that would either be the home of Deoxys or Mewtwo. That's what I would assume. I do kind of want to recruit Solrock and Lunatone and Clefairy. Could I... Okay, they're just one thing. For some reason, these two look like they're good buddies. Aw. Adorable. What do we got, though? Special reward. As far as rank step goes, I mean, S ranks. 27th floor is kind of a lot to ask. Southern Cavern, where is that even? Don't have anything else in there, I don't think. Where do I want to go today? I know, I think I'll go to the Howling Forest. I kind of want to find out what's going on with that. I would assume I'm not going to be able to get any other missions in there until I do it. Because it's a special thing. That should be good enough. Thanks for that. Yeah, Forest is a pretty good setup for all of us, really. Either resist or are super effective against grass types. I mean, all of us are resistant to it. Pretty good shit. Nice boink. Watch as this is like barely even filled with grass types. Because already we have a psychic type and a normal type. Aw, Niku. I kind of expected you to faint. I was just awkwardly waiting there. Almost 50. Hell yeah. Oh, do you need me to say it out loud? Do you need me to say I love you? Sure. I might. Cleanse orb. Well, never gonna find that. Certainly not anywhere in this dungeon. I guess that's the gimmick here. That's why it said something about being sticky. Is that mechanic only exists in this dungeon? I assume it's other places, but... I saw that it wasn't going to have an effect, but my brain didn't fully process the meaning of this. Also, the fact that there are fire types in this forest, in this jungle, feels a little mean to us. Feels a little cruel. Big apple. Can't use it though, it's sticky. Hi, Whismer. Good morning. Can we not see, like, where all the items are? Or have I just not been... Did I just not notice that one? Very possible. Yeah, we can't. Okay. They're just not shown at all. So I can't just see immediately if I should just leave and go to the next floor. What floor was the job on? 15th, okay. At least you have ancient power. I was really hoping you'd get that kill. The second miss here, okay. You really got 2 in a row. Yay, magic coat. Anyway. Never mind, I guess. What is with all these misses? We don't have any debuffs, they don't have any buffs. And yet here we are. The Heracross. Yeah, sure. Literally right here, so... Hell yeah. Evasive Rhythm is nice to have. Not a huge thing, but still. Also, I'd like to have anyone who's good against fire types, because this is gonna be a problem. instead of get someone who is weak against them. Fighting type to work against the dark type at least. Assuming you have a bug type move or a bug type move, or a fighting type move. Oh yeah, you did just use... What was that? What was that you had just there? What'd you slap him with? What you got? Brick break. Yeah, so you do have that to deal with all the Houndor. You do not have that ability. I can actually use attacks on you. Thank God. Good night. Oh, spoink time. You're also not going to be useful against the dogs. Which is not great. Another big apple. Another hair across. Give a big apple too. You're gonna have an army of Heracross. Viper Seed? Warp Seed. Okay. Be funny to eat the Warp Seed right now. Because I'm so hungry. Anything will do. Puppy! Shared happiness. You'd love to see it. What's going on over there? Yeah, you can have one. I just kind of want to know what's going on over there. Okay. It's at this rate. At this rate. Why were you fighting a dark type and a Whismer at the same time? No, more importantly, why was no one helping them? We have this entire line of allies. No one contributed to that. Spoink against the world over here. The lack of team spirit in this entire group. I know we all just met, most of us. But like... Still. What do I have that's cool to eat right now? You know... Be cool if it warped me to the... Nope. Did not warp me to the room I haven't been to yet. It warped me all the way back. Y'all. It is not that hard. That's not helping us at all, is it? I don't know what to do in this situation. I don't know how Avocado gave me that from all the way back there. But I guess I shouldn't worry about it. Why is this floor specifically such a nightmare? DX fixed a lot of fun stuff. A lot of awful things about the teammate AI, you know. They know to heal each other. They can find you a lot easier if they get, you know, separated from the party. You don't have to chase them down as they continue to run away from you. All that stuff. I don't understand how we still have the problem of teammates getting disconnected from you and having absolutely no sense of self-preservation. Wasting your items while you have no chance to get to them. Because they're like a room away, and that's an entire like 5 rounds of combat at least. I just think maybe there could be something done about that. And I know there's like tactics to make that better, you know, you can stop them to run away, save your own life. But at the point that they're being attacked by an enemy over and over and over again, it's a little late for that. The fact that that brick break, not the brick break, but whatever that was, missed. No, I think that was. I think I did read that right the first time through. It's not. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's fine. We're getting out of the shop. More importantly. Hi, Wismer. Maybe a waste on one enemy. But he was being a little annoying. Hi, Wismer. It was a good attempt. Interesting. Nice trap over there. Hi, Spoink. Hey, we lost a Spoink a little earlier. Do you think maybe if we could kind of use one? I mean, we really can't because there's a lot of dark types in here. You're not really at a good spot in this dungeon. I'm not sure why you live here. Sure. Butchiana. Number 2. Just a ridiculous amount of Puchiana. Who are you fighting? There is no one marked back there, which is interesting. Another problem with this dungeon. Apparently, if I have not seen an enemy yet myself, they do not show up on the map. So suddenly my allies will just start attacking You know, just whatever. And I'll have no reference point for how far away that enemy is, aside from being in range. Which is fine, you know. We'll live. You know, that's fine. What's going on over there? Apparently nothing. It's already over. Thanks for that. 88 damage in one go. From Assurance. Neutral effectiveness. Stab! But still. I suppose that is how it is with Assurance. Is this area all just intersections? Yeah. I tried to make my way back there to help out. Never on time. Somehow. Yeah, I don't think there's any rooms here. That's all of them? Okay. You would tell me if there were more enemies walking up and trying to hit us, right? You'd tell me if we were in danger, right? We can leave, right? How do so many of those miss? Good old-fashioned blood seed, you know? New type of wand. Seems interesting. Hey, could you just do this? I know you're weak, but... the fire types in this place. And for what? Night, Miku. Have a good rest. Love you too. I cannot hit either of you from here. That's fine. Hi. I was really hoping that'd do it. That's a bit more like it. I don't even have any flame burst yet left, so like that's fine, actually. What do we got over here? Thanks for the screech. I do have a plain seed. Yeah, there we go. Weather band. Neat. I mean, honestly, kind of useful. Been dealing with a lot of that recently. Not necessarily in here, though. I suppose this being the Howling Forest, does make sense that there's a lot of dogs here. Mankey, pretty nice to have. Incredible hit rate. Heracross following a policy of if you throw enough weapons, surely one of them will land. Me, maybe? Avocado! Hell yeah. They need it. Fantastic. But... You just... What? I see. I see. Use Bullet Seed multiple times in a row, hit once. The first time round. And that was all that actually needed to land. Did not just hit multiple times, do 0 damage, and kill somehow. As I had thought. Bargain! Maybe I should have hung on to those gold ribbons. What if you did that? I'm not sure what you think you're accomplishing by not using a fighting type move on this dark type, but I suppose you're the expert. Maybe I should just keep going at this point. Considering how this is all coming out for me, it seems like maybe I just keep trucking ahead whenever possible. What's going on over there? Nothing good. Nothing good at all. Both of our duplicates out like that. I can't do anything to you. Unless... Goodbye. I don't have any of my moves. Kind of a problem. Let me out. There is a very dangerous Houndour who is somewhere on this floor and possibly has recovered by now. Well, I suppose it won't until I attack it, but... Still. Want nothing to do with it. Great, there's Mighty Anna. There's Mighty Anna in here. That's great. There's... I was already having problems with the Puchiana. Not that much the Puchiana. They weren't that big of a deal. But, you know, it's great. It's great that they got a little bit of an upgrade, you know? Just to really lay it in. Oh, and there's Grumpig, too. Well, at least those Dark-type moves are finally coming in clutch. Just a little bit. Fantastic. Lovely aim there. I'm just gonna quickly, get a couple of my moves back. Just in case, you know. I mean, you never know. It'd be great if it would open my toolbox the first time I press the B button. And not the 5th. But you can't have everything. You remember when I said this dungeon looked great for us because there were so many grass types I had assumed? I had assumed there'd be grass types in this jungle. Yeah. Good night. Just in the middle of the floor there, huh? Interesting that rest doesn't seem to fully heal you in this game. Not sure what to make of that. I dropped Seed. Precisely what I'm looking for. Also, there's Houndoom in here. Because, you know. Of course. If I knew that this was gonna happen, I would have brought Tangerine, my dragon and ground type. And not Avocado, my steel and psychic type. Lead to 2 different types of Pokemon that are popping up in this dungeon. Every day, I suffer more. Don't like that you just did that, actually. But I can't really do anything about it myself. I guess it can be a shield. Once. I don't know what to do. Exactly. If Mankey wants to get over here. Are you just gonna stand there and take that? It's nice for us, for sure, but did not do anything for a minute there. Right. Yeah, and I can't do anything. The problem with not having coverage moves, I suppose, but still. How did this work out to be such a nightmare? That was not enough, okay. Oh, the miss. Nightmare of a dungeon. What do we got? Surround wand. Not bad, actually. This is pretty bad, though. This, in fact, is pretty bad. We're just gonna back out here real fast. And it's only a single stack of attacks, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but I still don't like that you did that. Right. What do I even do? So I can't just stand here and do nothing like I could in previous games, which I don't really know why they removed that. I guess for fun. Could have a little snack. I really wish that hit twice. This could be funny. I just don't know that it'll register this room correctly. Well, no. But it got a lot of them. It got the most annoying ones, except for that one Hador, or Howdim. Great timing on Flame Burst running out. Hey, first level 50. Halfway there. Already halfway there. Halfway there. Halfway there. By which I mean not at all halfway there, because, the experience curve does not work like that. Finally, a Pokemon that is not weak to dark or fire type attacks on our team, though. Pretty nice. You're about to die, though, which is a little unfortunate. I wish I could hit that Loudred over there, but I can't. Now I can. Yeah, okay. I'll take it, you know? This is a little more of a problem, though. That's kind of a big problem, though. You can do that. You can just do that. Good night. I don't like any of this. To be real. Kinda sucks. If we could just get our Mankey ahead. You know, have someone who's not weak to this. I can't change your tactic, right? Because you're not a full teammate. Like, that's not gonna do it, I don't think. Especially considering we're all in a line anyway. You know, actually, in this circumstance, it'd make a lot of sense to do this. Weird attack to use on the grass type. I'll take it. That worked. Okay. I think it probably would have been better for anyone else to use that on you, but you know. We're gonna switch that strategy back to, follow me. Well, not literally. This is a lot of training switches that would have been nice to have earlier. Okay, but what did I pick up? 10-year Reviver Seed, ay. That's what we're looking for. Would have been nice to keep that Ledred, you know? What if you joined us, though? I know you don't have much reason to, but what if? What if I burned you? Would that convince you? No. Okay. Glad that missed. That's a lot of damage. Glad you survived, Avocado. Wasn't looking great for you. I left you for 2 seconds and you're already dead. By attacking that Houndoom, you have done nothing to help us, and in fact have doomed us. Okay, and that was my last flamethrower. That'll do it, though. Alright. There's another Pokemon. Of course there is. There's always someone trailing us, and we can't keep track of that in this dungeon. Hoi. That is such a huge disadvantage, because it's already bad enough trying to prevent your team members from going off and fighting someone who is like a couple tiles behind you. But like, here, when I can't even tell that there's someone fighting, like, following me, even when I am paying attention to that, kinda sucks. Is it gonna be in the last room I explore? Nope. Let's go. Love that for me. One more floor to actually do the mission we were hired to do. Oh boy. Hi, Houndoom. I can't attack you. But Lychee sure as fuck can. We just have to have Lychee terrestrialize into a ground type, and then we're fine. I think we can do that. Seems reasonable. I should have been using Heat Wave as soon as I noticed these two, but you know, I've never claimed to be smart. Two in one dungeon. Okay. I don't like that you just did that. It's fine-ish, but it is nice taking pot shots like this, though. Great. Okay. You're at a type disadvantage, but that's fine. Avocado can't use items. But Lychee sure can. We need another damage source, so... Thank God that ended really fast. I will take it, my Deanna. For sure. Apparently not our first. Interesting. Okay! No, that worked out. We're fine. Hi, other Mariana. What if I fire fanged you? How would that make you feel? I can't fight that guy, so I'm just gonna leave. Let y'all handle it. What did I just get? Reviver seed, baby. Hell yeah. Yay, slow trap. It's always fun when there's traps in the middle of monster houses. Because they're never really relevant while the monster house is actually going on. It's only after you clear everyone out you're like, oh, there was something here. Thanks for 2 of them. Boy, that would have been bad if I had actually went into the monster house while there were a million enemies in there. Why would I have ever done that? Glad I got to get a ladder before the dungeon was over. Oh, I've lost my bearings. Where is this? I can't get out. I'm hungry. I'm in trouble. There's actually kind of a lot of food in there. Oh, you are? Did you maybe come to rescue me? I'm glad to see you. But could we have had like a conversation first? No. You can just be Heracross. Sorry, Patrina. But, I'll take the payout. That's a big payout. Thanks, Puchiana. Thanks, my Deanna. The, like, 1/4 of what the little baby boy paid is something else. Thank you so much. You've saved me from great peril. No problem, Smeargle. But what made you run away in the first place? Your letter said something about not wanting to get sticky. That is... Oh! Oh shit. Look, there he is! Yeah, I see him. You gotta get him back quick. More Smeargle? 2 of them. Hey, Smeargle, what do they want? There, my friends. Now come with us. The sticky ritual is ready for you. The what? Quit fighting this. Have the paw prints applied without a fuss. No! If I have to get those paw prints all over me, I'll get all gross and sticky. What was that? What's sticky ritual? It's a ritual among us Smeargle. We mark each other all over with our paw prints. We take our front paws and stamp each other all over. You do what? Anything more than a single paw print would be unbearably uncool. I have dreams of creating great art, so I have certain standards for design that I swear by. I know. I've decided. I shall join Parfait's rescue team. Okay! I will participate in your rescue activities. I'll do my best to rescue others, and I won't take part in that nasty ritual. Sorry, not sorry. Is that so? There's nothing we can do. I'll let everyone know about your decision. We wish you luck in your new career as a rescuer. Oh, wow, that's one pushy way of getting a job. But that's okay. You're on the team now. We expect your best, Miracle. Yes, thank you. One thing I'm good at is drawing and painting. For example, let me see. How about that? Observe the design of that flag. I can perhaps redesign the flag? If you wish to alter the flag's design, call me anytime. Neat. Hell yeah. What options do we even have? Good morning, Parfait. Dunk. Mail time. Noxious gas leak. Reports of a noxious gas leak caused widespread chaos in the sinister woods. Specialists speculate that a recent natural disasters are to blame. However, some also blame Team Coughing's training in the area for the foul-smelling gas. No way. The answer apparently is blowing in the wind. Today, the weather over Pokemon Square promises to be clear with no chance of showers. Other regions can expect showers followed by clouds. There might be sun breaks depending on the day's moods. That seems non-specific. Also, that has not been daily. Incredible. Look at this one. What do we got going on there? What is that? That's a creature, alright. I like that all the rest of these are, like, clearly recognizable Pokemon. But this one... no. Who knows what that is? The Ditto one is cute. But I have to go with the Spinda. It's perfect for me. Is the, like... I assume the other types have their own designs. Or the other starters, maybe. And those are just, like, locked per starter? So you can't, like, unlock them through this? Yeah, that's fine. Vigorously paints. Quite nice. What you got today? I really don't have space, actually. Hold up. 1 second. Huh? Huh. I thought I had that, just like, by default. Right? I feel like I've just been able to see where all the items are on the floor, like, pretty consistently up until now without having that equipped. Same for Pokemon. Is that just something that Tangerine had and I just got, like, super used to super fast for silly reasons? Because that fully could be it. want all these. But don't need those one-shot orbs on hand. Now I want to store some money. Nice enough, I'll take it. What do we got today? Special reward! Wow, Hetty's over here. Zink. Client Charmander. But that's me. You're not allowed to... You can't just... How are you me? I'm me. Dark Knight Relic. That sounds dramatic. PP up drink. Ooh. Life Seed I also would like. You know what? I'll take this. It's baby level, but still. Might as well. But do I want to actually do the... one of the birds this time? I mean, how many Reviver Seeds do I have at this point? So that's the main thing. 3 of them. 4, actually. If I'm better prepared, then that's obviously less of concern. Speaking of being better prepared. Do a little bit of this. Big powerful! It is interesting that that's a prompt that it gives you to change their nickname. Right, and there's actually nothing stopping me from evolving right now. I'm not gonna. I'd like to at least get through all the rematches, all the birds without evolving. But we very much could do that. Hey, can't with the raid! Welcome, welcome, welcome! I'm crafting more, aren't you? Well, because I'm Pokemoning, please understand. I promised I would. But let me give you a shout out, and to Seer too. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you Minecrafted good. Hi Kay, welcome. Do I have like any Reviver Seeds in storage that just got chucked in here, maybe? I have gold ribbons, apparently. I do have one. Yeah, sit though. Hey, K-Blank, thank you for the follow. Minecraft. That's probably true. I can't guarantee it though. Okay, now to sell those. Then I'm gonna use the rainbow gummies so we're all prepared. What do I want to do first? We have... Moltres would be easy because we have super effective hits. No, we don't. Because ground type isn't gonna work. But at least... Well... Zapdos is gonna be the easiest for sure, because Tangerine is immune. Lychee is resistant. And I'm at least not weak to that, so, you know, that's something. I mean, Lychee's still weak to flying types, obviously, but still. It's something. I can make another of the camps, though. One of the expensive ones. It's got shmoney. Don't do this to me. Gourd Swamp! I do kind of want to be able to recruit Dratini line because they're neat. They're very cute. It's just such like a limited selection. It's cheap though. I just wonder what the other one is for that. Because it's 4 Pokemon. Rare Pokemon. So, yeah, I have no idea what that would be, honestly. I guess I'll find out. Evolution Forest. That must be Eevee, right? Not that I have the money for that. Eevee and a couple others, seemingly. Excuse me. Dies again. The thing that, like, put me into Eevee, though, is, like, the boulder that changes colors, but that's, like, a Gen 4 thing. So that wasn't really a thing yet. Where is Tangerine again? I'll never remember where my friends are in here. There you are. Withering Desert, I suppose, would make a lot of sense. You are roughly the same level, so we're just comparing stats at this point. That's 106, 74, 57, 79, 69, 52. Me and Light are about the same. 86, 67, 58, 71, 76, 57. Yeah, Tangerine isn't like doing too bad. 88, 73, 57, 82, 78, 64. Honestly, if anyone, Lychee kind of needs it, because Lychee's doing real good with special attack and attack. But beyond that... Well, speed pretty good too, though. Still, those defenses are kind of pitiful, and she needs that most. Considering she's weak to everything in this game. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep experience boost. Funny enough. It's going pretty well for us. Notorious healing. Fun, to be sure, but... Yo! Although I do want to get... what did Tangerine have for an ability? Evasive Rhythm, which isn't, like... It's nice, but it's not the most useful thing in the world. Nice, hell yeah. I really want special defense for Tangerine because ice types. Ideally, she won't be fighting ice types, but you know. Can't exactly promise that. Linked moves, I mean... I don't think I'm gonna link any of her moves. It's fun, but I'm not gonna do it. No, well. We tried. Time to go through hell. Cause, if we're doing Zapdos first... Well, that was... Mount Thunder. I'm pretty sure... the versus means there's a boss there. I might be actually gonna use this for once, you know, the fact that I have multiple team slots that I can build. I just never did, because I only have 2 teammates that I'm swapping out here. So it's not that big of a deal, but it is technically a little faster. Well, hopefully Mountain Thunder won't be too bad for us. We do immediately have a shop, which is nice. Honestly, I always expect at this point for Stantler to be using Psychic type moves because of Weird Ear. Have to get used to it being a single stage again. You know what? Why not? Blast Seed? That couldn't possibly be turned against me. We're going shopping. Big time. What do we got here? Defense Scarf, eh. Nice, but not gonna spend 500 on that in the middle of a dungeon. I think we have multiple even. But just in case we find anyone who's knocked out. We got a couple apples on top of what we already had. If I can just get the same luck I had in that earlier dungeon where I did not bring a single apple, and I kept running into those, it'd be wonderful. But God, it feels so right to have a flag on in a Gen 3 game. Best dragon. They're just baby is the thing. Got little goggles. Yeah, you know what? I'll take a Stantler. Take literally anything for this boss fight. It's not, you know, too bad of circumstances. It's literally just Lychee who's gonna be suffering, which is, you know, standard. But still. Then again, Ancient Power is gonna do numbers here. Not as good as, like, against Articuno, but still. Still is a weakness. Hey, what did I say? Taros is pretty good to have. They're beefy, you know? Won't say no. That backflip, though. Talent. Squat up. Fuck yeah, let's go. That's really nice. That's what I really want Tangerine to get, but, just can't get that lucky. Because it's so nice not have to worry about maxing out your team by the end of the dungeon. Because Squat Up practically guarantees it. Unless you get super unlucky. It's a nice skill. There's a reason I used it for so long on me. Can't remember if it was like the default or if I just like got it and kept it. I think it was the default. But yeah. Assuming I'm remembering right, then, you know, there's a reason why they have that one as the default. Tiny stomach hits, though. Not having to worry about apples and being able to just keep them for, fainted Pokemon. Such an inventory saver. Especially since it makes plain seeds actually useful. Another one! Not great for Zapdos. Flying type and all, but still. Tiny Stomach is also super nice for, like, long, difficult dungeons, just because, like, you get a nice double layer of uses on Reviver Seeds for both the actual revive and, you know, food. That plus, like, save half or whatever it was. Hits. Slap a big apple in your inventory. Food for days. Dear God. Sorry, Zubat. So it goes. Can I hit from here? No. Can't hit from there either, apparently. That's fine. Unfortunately, Zubat was not going to be the most useful. That weakness was not going to hit. They're also just not very offensively useful. I mean, maybe in Mystery Dungeon they're alright, but... it sure is the first stage of a 3-stage line. That knows, famously, Poison Sting, I guess. Reminds me, I've gotten full odds shiny Golbat twice in my Pokemon career. One of them was in Let's Go, so it doesn't count as much, but I was reminded of that recently. It says a lot. But yeah, I'm definitely taking this Electric. Electro-type isn't resistant to itself, so Zapdos will be weak to Electro-type attacks, which is nice. Assuming that Electric has anything decent for that, but, you know. If not, then cannon fodder. Sorry, buddy. But you'll be useful in that respect. It's something. That crit, though. Room up here? Yes, there is. Nothing in it, though. Nice orange berry. I do want to check around the rest of the floor just in case there's like a reviver seed or anything else. Orange berry, you know. So we do need those. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember trying the protein and carbos in the past, you know, that kind of stuff to see if they filled your stomach. But they did not. Still grab this real fast. You do have a lot of... Are those physical moves? I know Earth Power is special. I'm pretty sure anyway. Let me... check that shit out real quick, though. Physical, special, and physical. Okay, yeah. So you definitely could use some more attack. Not that you're not doing pretty good already, but still. Yeah, you're better than me, for sure. But not by much. We could do 50-50 here. One for you, one for me. I don't want to base this decision entirely off of this one dungeon. Because that'd be a little silly. speed. Who needs that more? I honestly don't know. Because I'm not really sure what that does for us in Mystery Dungeon. To be honest. What does... Maybe I should look that up real fast. What does the speed stat do in Mystery Dungeon? I know I've definitely looked into this before. And yep, here we are. Speed stat, Mystery Dungeon. Speed stat. Basically, your accuracy, random chance to attack twice. Okay, that is really nice. I definitely want that. So, I mean, I feel like it'd probably be best for all of us to be, like, even. I don't think there's any particular benefit to any one of us being better at that than anyone else. So... I could, like, try to capitalize on one person already being, like, really good at that, but you know. Yeah, so that's definitely lychee. Alright. Probably spent too long considering that, but here we are. That's how it is. Do I want to just actually use an apple for once? Could eat a rock. That wouldn't hurt. It would probably hurt very much, but it wouldn't hurt. They're healthy for you. Good for digestion. Sometimes my brain, it functions. I see the Pokemon fainting, I'm like, okay, it's done. But like my brain is still like, yep, next thing I was gonna do is hit this attack, and I still do it. Nothing to target, you know? Gotta admit, it tempts me. Does Tangerine... I was gonna check this earlier. Does Tangerine have any ability to check, to like see the items on the floor and such? Seemingly not, so... The fact that I can see everything in this floor, or in this dungeon in general, but I couldn't in the last one, and there's an item specifically dedicated to being able to see all the items and Pokemon on the floor. Seems strange. Is that just... I don't think that's what A&M could do. You got squad up, that's right. You as well. Don't know how that works. Bit weird. So true. Who knows? What's going on over there? Thank you for purchasing a Parfum. It does literally nothing right now, but it is Parfum. Did the Stantler just say, so easy, when it got the kill? Hell yes, Sandler. Efficient bandana. Efficient banana. I do really like that. Start work on that eventually. Yes, let's go. I also need to work on that. I need to figure out what it actually does, and also if there's any reasonable way to keep track of how many Parfum everyone has. But that seems difficult because it's a potentially infinite list of usernames and Parfum totals. No one can have the Parf yet. I'll figure out a sale price for that later. Anyone can be bought for the right price. Advertisers, you hear me. Kiara's meme, best Parfum against the Parfum. True! Could be. Could be the thing. A puppy? A puppy has been paralyzed. Tangerine girl, that feels like a bit of a waste. Using bulldoze. Well, like, no, bulldoze is a single target. It looks like it's room wide. I'll never... Is that accurate, though? Nearby Pokemon. Right. That's why it looks like that. So that's fine. Yay, new apple. Volt switch. How does that work in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Also, there's a shop here. Could you open my bag, please? I'm hitting the bag button. There we go. There's a description with X. Damages an enemy if one of your teammates is right behind you. The moves. Okay. Neat. That makes sense. Hi, I like to buzz. Lovely. Tangerine girl, we have to work on your accuracy. I know I can't talk. My hand-eye coordination isn't amazing. But still. What's going on over there? Nothing, apparently. They got it. Nothing I need to know about. You really don't have anything here, do you? For the Parfum, think Stream Elements has a loyalty currency you can get for various things. Ooh. This has been said before, but if I didn't already have, like, a dedicated thing for my, channel points before we came up with Parfum, it certainly would have been the thing. But it's Scoops, and we can never change that. Lest. Nay, surely not. Too late for Parfum, yeah. Isn't that always the way? Actually, you know what? You know who would get a lot of use out of the efficient bandana? Lychee. Always running out of razor leaf. Every single day. 3 is perfume is just the melted ice cream soup. Oh, I really like that, actually. It's just a game theory, so I'm not going to confirm it. But I do think it's a good theory. Oh, honey, you're not doing a lot, are you? I do care Gligar very much. Oh, Slumber Trap. Why does Pidgeotto look so fucked up from the back? It's fine. It's got that, like, weird haircut that a lot of... I don't know what to describe these types of men as. Gamer slash army men. Where it's, like, undercut all around in the most awkward way. You know what I mean? You see that? It's just so awkward. So awkward. They're not hawks at all. I don't have anything good to eat aside from apples, right? Yeah, no. I can't eat rocks because this game is hateful. And doesn't like fun. Hey, nice. You're gonna be useful in the battle. By which I mean Zapdos is gonna kill you immediately. You're gonna be useful as death fodder. I hope we're clear on your purpose. It is to die almost immediately. Also, this is Mount Thunder. Why are there birds here? Actually. This seems like a terrible place for birds. Hell, why is Zapdos here? Like, I know it's Mount Thunder. So it's Zapdos' thing. But Zapdos is also weak to electric type attacks. Any one of these Manectric can just up and take over, you know? I just think maybe... bad move to use. Maybe it's not the most well thought out thing. Gligar! There are not too many Pokemon adventuring with me. You're wrong for this. Bye, Pidgeotto. The more ground types I can get on my team for this fight, the easier this fight will be. And I like for it to be easy. It'd be kind of sad to say goodbye to Electric. Or Manectric. You are? Yeah, you're ground. What do you have, actually? Spark, Thunder Wave, Tackle, Bite. But it is kind of the good choice here. Well, but you don't have anything, like, super effective, neither of you. Astonish could be pretty helpful, actually. Meanwhile, you do a lot of damage, but I don't know. Tauros might be hard to get later, though. Like, my impression is that Stantler would be relatively easy to get again if I do decide I really want to recruit every single Pokemon in this game. But Tauros is always kind of annoying. That's fine. We're going to be using Thunderwave probably anyway, so... Then again, Zapdos is probably immune to that. Zapdos is definitely immune to that. I don't think I'm gonna take along the bug and fighting type against a bird. That seems like a bad idea. Do I have anything to swap with this? The rocks, I suppose. Good night. Glad Medictric is strong and I don't need to worry about them. Why do I keep doing that? It's fine. It'd be so easy for me to just clap you right now. I feel bad, so you can still have this, though. Oh, sales pitch is the one I was looking for earlier. It's separate from bargain. I like that it isn't even like, you know, Heracross gets teleported out of the dungeon like normal. They live here, so they just leave. What? Oh no, that's right. That's like guaranteed for some of the strong pose, I believe. I think. So I know I ran into one earlier. And didn't get to keep it, because they don't... You can't recruit them. There's probably a way. But I imagine it's like... You have to use one of the items that's like a guaranteed recruit item, you know? Not to me! Yeah, buddy, it's happening to you. I don't know what to tell you. Right, you're bound. I can't do anything with you. You're kind of fucked right now. Green Beast! It's so sad that you can't recruit them. They really torment you like that. Oh, buddy. You know what? I'll check. Because, like, that is the second one I've seen, which... I was pretty sure the first time around, like, okay, that's just, like, some of the strong foes are shiny for fun. But just to see what the say is about it yet. If a strong foe does appear, there's a very small chance it might be a shiny. Okay, there is a chance you can recruit them into your party, so it's not like you do have a chance. Oh, Jesus. Easier and harder to... Somewhat easier to come across, but a lot harder to get on your team. Strong 5. Time to create a new Pokemon onto your team. Increase the chance of recruiting Pokemon. Make sure you defeat the Pokemon to your leader. Use an inviting orb, which can be found in dungeons. Use a root quality orb. Increase the chance of recruiting Pokemon on the floor you're currently on. Friendbow. Okay, yeah. There's nothing I could have done in the moment, for sure, which I figured, because I didn't have anything that would help. But, it's good to know. And I don't have anything in my storage, so... one of these days. It'd be fun to go on a shiny hunt in this game. It'd also be agony, but it'd be fun. I do wonder what the shiny odds are. The fact that I've seen 2... when there's nothing you can do to improve those odds is... I would imagine it's pretty high. Mount Thunder is what, like 15 floors roughly? I think like... I want to say that like all the dungeons we did on our little trip away from home were like 15-ish each. Taros feels like the best option. Doesn't really have any particular benefits for this fight. No resistance, no... you do have squad up. But I don't really need that anymore. Oh yeah, you know what? I did have a boost through squad up to recruit that Dragonite. Aw. Sad. Eventually. The fact that I haven't, like, recruited a single strong foe this entire time, let alone one of the shinies I found. Do I fuck around? Yeah. Flamethrower. I would like that 2 Poke that I'm about to pick up. 26! Wow, that's so much more than 2. What do we got here? Carbos! Neat. Feeding it to the real green beast. Oh, girl. Hey, maybe you should attack. Maybe you should do something. You know? You're kind of just standing there. There's 3 items in, like, the top right of the map that are just arranged in a triangle. Interesting. 2 Electabuzz. What if I flame burst you? What if I do that? How does that make you feel? What if I did it again? For a 3rd time? Yup. Hell yeah, let's go. I'll take super effective over resistance. So... does that mean I'm gonna have to say goodbye to Cacnea? Aww. I do really like Cacnea. How do I tell if I've recruited them before? Because it says Pokemon that aren't in the cap are marked with exclamation mark, but none of them are, which I assume means I've recruited them all at least once. Or I'm just looking at the wrong spot on the menu to find that out. You know, either or, really. But... I mean... 2 of them? Immunity is pretty nice. I'm gonna replace Electrike. It's super helpful, but... what was her rare quality again? Squad up. Right, you were the one with that. The fact that both of them joined is something else. Time Electric. Electric Terrain. Does Arm Electric have that? Do either of them have that? No. And no. That's sad. That'd be super nice. Well, no, that could be disastrous. Because that also power up Zapdos. So maybe that's a good thing. It's literally all Poke. Okay. Great. Exactly what I needed. Do this real quick. I don't think about the end, but might as well. And finally... Oh no, Tangerine's also out of something. I was gonna say, last one I needed is Razor Leaf here. But... kinda want to top us up on everything. Yeah, Earth Power. There we go. Now we're good. Never mind. Apparently my instinct was exactly correct. Time to fuck it up. So you're back. Since we last met, how much more have you furthered your team? How much stronger have you gotten? Your power. Demonstrate it to me. Two, 4 particles, am I right? How do we want to start here? Confusion for sure. Always fun. Probably change our tactics a little bit. Because I think they're all gonna go on the attack, but... doesn't hurt to make sure. They just go for it immediately. Because they all have that super effective... I think, anyway. Well, Gligar probably doesn't have anything in particular, but still. Anything else fun I can use against it? I could slow it down, I just don't know that it'd really do anything. I don't honestly really need the Blastoise here. I do have a lot of them though, so I guess I might as well. Do I sell this around 1? No, I think I stored that. No, okay, electric does resist itself. I was wrong this entire time. That's fine. It still is stab and neutral on it, which is pretty good. Like, I will take that. Love that it's still facing the wrong way. Not confused anymore as far as I can tell. And yet here we are. Hasn't had the chance to... Now it can spin around. I think it'd be funny if you were confused again, though. Yes, please heal me. I'm dying. There we go. I was wondering when that was gonna happen. You know, call me cocky. I think we got this. The others aren't dealing a ton of damage, but it's still a lot in one round overall. That stat boost, though. Absolutely ridiculous. The amount of turns we're having to go through before Zapdos is able to do anything. The burn, though. The flinch, though! Yo. You love to see it. Insane Reaper, hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day. Team Pretty's courage in the fierce battle left an impression on Zapdos. Hell yeah! Let's fucking go, baby. 2 birds! Well, especially after that just happened. I unfortunately already have a Gligar. Sorry, bud. Yeah, 275 is pretty reasonable for having for having had to fight against a legendary Pokemon. I didn't really warn you about that when you joined on. I just said, hey, you wanna hang out for a bit? I can tell you what's going on. We're just having fun up here. $175. Damn. Such low payouts. I'll take it. It really says something. None of you guys fainted, so like, I don't know. I don't see the issue. What do we got? A gift from the rescue organization. Hell yeah. Nice. Smeargle painting auctioned. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. 300 million Poke? That can't be our Smeargle. Never mind. Almost got excited for our boy. Do you have anything fun? Yep, one-shot orb. I don't know how many of these I have at this point. I'm gonna buy them every time they come up. Powder Seed's pretty nice to have. That's all pretty good. Grab that Reviver Seed. Anything else I want from here? Not really. My inventory is kinda full though, so... Don't think I need that many max elixirs. I'll probably be fine. Considering I did not use a single one last dungeon. That's pretty good, I think. Got apples for any Pokemon I find, orange berries, lots of Reviver Seeds. Yeah. Do I have more confused ones? So I'm clearly very low on those, and they stack, so like... Apparently not! That's fine. Pretty nice. I do really like the pool that Persian draws from the for the daily items. It's always genuinely useful shit, so it's nice. Unlike the Kecleon shops in the dungeons. I mean, I suppose there's the overlap of the others and elixirs, but oh, come on. I'll take like another and elixir for free. Definitely, I'll buy an elixir. But Ether, on the other hand. What do I want then? Because I was looking at... What was it earlier? Right, Evolution Forest. Accounting for all the different EV evolutions that would be in Gen 3, that's 5 of them, so 6 in total. So that's 3 other Pokemon, if that is what this is. That seems pretty reasonable. I could just look it up, but fun to be surprised. No idea where you even run into Eevee in this game. Certainly have not seen one yet. I guess since they're one of the, I think they're one of the Pokemon you can play as or have as a partner. I think. And those tend to be a bit rarer. Starter Pokemon Syndrome. Accuracy Drink. I'll take that. Empowerment Seed. What does that do? Topical Gift. Now, is it a topical gift like it is on topic, or is it a topical gift as in it is applied on the body? I don't necessarily want these items, but they are A rank and also in the Howling Forest, which could be neat to have, you know, a bunch of missions over there. Just in case. But that just leaves Moltres. Right, we did get the rumor about the Stormy Sea. I kinda don't want to go there right now. That's a lot. 40 floors. Sky Tower, wonder what's there. Can you really just recruit Rayquaza just like that? Like, I was surprised enough that there's no RNG involved in the Legendary Birds fights. That is, like, really good quality of life upgrade from the original game. I do enjoy that a lot. But Rayquaza, that feels too easy. But I guess the dungeon isn't that easy, so it evens out. It is 34 floors. Yeah, Mount Blaze. I mean, it would be a very bad idea to bring Avogado into this. Because, Steel type. No particular advantage against Moltres. So yeah, Tangerine's definitely the way to go. Tangy it is. And we pray we find Pokemon that are super effective against Moltres. We do have some stuff. I mean, does Tangerine even... Tangerine has a Rock Slide. So there is that. So Rock Slide and Ancient Power. We do have some stuff that's super effective. But it's probably gonna be annoying to find any other Pokemon with like Rock or Water type moves or anything else in here. Electric type. We'll see though. I at least resist Fire type, so there's that. Moltres can't do too much to me, which is the main thing. Not that it super matters, you know, that I'm the one who stays alive over, like, Lychee. Because this isn't one of those mystery dungeons where it matters if you specifically die. Post-game anyway, so even then. Hey, I'll take a Magby. Blast control is probably going to be pretty nice in this dungeon. Just my impulse. Yay, grimy food. Yeah, sure, I'll eat that before we leave. What do I get this time? Poison! I forgot we actually had missions in here. I'm not gonna lie. I was so focused on Moltres. I say missions, plural. I think there's only... Oh no, 3 of them, okay. 6th floor, Fine Brillium, 11th floor, Fine Fiero. Okay. Yeah, you know, I've had enough of Mount Blaze. It's kind of a lot. Gonna leave. Numel would be nice to have, because well, they probably have just ground type moves and not rock type. I keep forgetting that I can just walk on lava. I'm so not used to playing a fire type. I've been through this entire game, I'm still not used to it. Such a strange thing. Really, all but one of us can, well, we can all go over the lava. Tangerine isn't walking on the lava, but can traverse it. Right? Or not, actually. It might be that it's too hot to even fly over. Which would make sense for Pokemon that are not Tangerine, who has a, what, 1/4 resistance? Or takes 1/4 damage anyway from fire type moves. But it's fine. Respectable damage for being resisted and all. Do I care about that item all the way across over there? Kinda, to be honest. Nice! Fuck it up, Tangerine. Kill. It is a rock. Okay. I'll take that. There is a powerful Pokemon to fight. I do like fighting. Azumarill. That's kind of a problem. Why are you here? I guess they just wanted to make sure it's a Pokemon that you're not really prepared to fight in this dungeon, but that's kind of... Didn't expect you to bring a grass type in here. But as the genius I am, who refuses to be separated from my partner. Lychee has to go with me on every adventure, or else. Yeah, you know what? I'll take a Mightyena. Why not? Hi, Mightyena. Recoil boost. Interesting. Not that we really can take advantage of that at the moment, I don't think, but... It's just money. My favorite. I like to imagine Lychee watching me just walk over all this lava, just like, what the fuck? I mean, I know that's your thing, you're a fire type, but what the fuck? $49! Almost level 50! Almost a milestone! Thanks for that. Thanks for not actually incinerating anything in my bag. That would have been bad. It would have been fine, but it would have sucked. I would have hated it. $12 damage. Oh, wait, what? Hold up. The Reviver Seed, come on, of all things. If it would have been like an Oran Berry or something, that would have been fine. We have plenty of Reviver Seeds, obviously, but also, it's so mean to me. Oh, Braylim, you're in a bad spot out here. Why did you even come here? Hell yeah, Lychee, let's go. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. My stats haven't changed, but a process has occurred. Just gonna walk straight through here. The grimy food has been incinerated. Maybe that purified it. Who knows, right? Incinerate is such an interesting move in the context of Mystery Dungeon. Because I get it in the main series games, because the Pokemon is holding the item that gets incinerated. But in this, those items are in my bag. So the fact that they managed to incinerate one specific item that I have, and not, you know, light my entire pack on fire, is kind of impressive. Thank you, Lychee, for picking up the money that I would have been disappointed to come across if I had to go out of my way for it. Yay, Pecha Berry. Pretty useful for this dungeon, to be honest. Nice drop. We're just gonna do a little bit of this. Like, this is one dungeon where I can trust everyone to go off on their own and not get killed. Because literally Lychee's the only one in trouble, and she's also, like, the strongest Pokemon I have in my entire team. So I think she's gonna be fine. Neat. You're not weak to fire or flying, so I'll take you. I do like Furret. They're very cute. Hell yeah. They're probably going to be the first one to get removed from the team, though, depending on how good their moveset is compared to Mightyena. Because Mightyena doesn't have any particular benefits type-wise for this either. Thank God that missed. I hate Incinerate. Good old Squeeze Out. Convenient placement right here. Strong foe. Just that much damage from afar is really funny to watch happen. Didn't stand a chance. Didn't get a single hit in. Tangerine, my Bessie, you're so strong! Almost. There we go. Do I just want to take one of the orange berries? I haven't really been using them. Big Apple. The odds that I'll find 3 Pokemon that need to be brought back to life before I run into Moltres. Pretty low, and even if I do, it's not that important. It's nice for the payout, but I'm almost... I think I actually am at max party size. Because out of the recruits, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 of them. I forget what the maximum is. I think it's like a total party size thing more so than that, but... I'll go to the right first. Just for fun. I would love a Torkoal as the thing. As a Torkoal appreciator. I just think they're cute. They're just turtles. What more can you ask for? Nice. Before it even came onto the screen. Legend. Doing great on PP right now. The amount of squeeze out activations here is really encouraging. Look at all these procs. You're about to get attacked. That's... Well, please survive. Let's survived long enough for us to rescue you. Where you going, guys? Oh, right, you know what? They're still on attack mode, which is fine. If there were any dungeon for that, it's this one. Hi, Piero. Yeah, you know what? I don't feel like going after Moltres any longer. I just want to leave. It is interesting to me that Squeeze Out just, like, activates at random when you walk around rather than being, like, when you run out of PP. So that's what I'm used to for this kind of thing. Is like a chance of restoring 1 PP when you're right about to run out. Not necessarily in a Pokemon context, but like, you know, that kind of thing. Strong foe! I'll work my way around. Love the spiky trap that didn't do anything. This is what, the 3rd powerful enemy for this entire dungeon? Strong foe, whatever they call him. Lychee, it's your time. That can probably do it, though. I have a type disadvantage, but you know, that's fine. Never mind, that's not fine. Love that, I just go straight to that when I'm on AI. Foe right in front of me. But who cares? I'll let her make her own choices at this point, though. Just need to get her in position. And let her destroy. It's what, 1, 2 more floors? Yeah, like 2, including this one. Or maybe just the one, because, yeah, the last dungeon was 13 floors, I believe. So I'll make sure to restore PP before we leave this floor. Before we ascend. Not a bad idea, even if it turns out that there's one more to go. I'll check this corner real fast. Yeah, nothing. Now we go over here. Hey, steer time. Okay. How am I doing? Honestly, not too bad. Just need to restore a couple things. Lychee. Could use Razor Leaf, but that's obviously not the biggest thing in this dungeon. Still, having something she can use from afar is better than having literally nothing. Yeah, one more. Okay. Finally, a water type. Took long enough. Hi, Corfish. Want an apple? Tight formation is real nice to have. We aren't even full up yet. I assume that'd be the last one we can recruit, though. Works out pretty well at the timing. Assuming next floor is the boss. Yep. That load screen, for sure. Halt! This is Mount Blaze. For you to venture to its peak, there can be but one reason. You wanted to say hi! Welcome to my place. You've come to challenge me. So be it. I am the warrior of fire, Moltres. Have you what it takes to defeat me when I am holding back nothing? Show me. And were they supposed to be holding back nothing for these fights? Because they're kind of... Maybe I shouldn't be taunting before the fights, though. I have so many link boxes from this dungeon. I didn't even realize I was getting that many. It was so nice having our, like, perfect little formation there ready to approach Moltres. Immediately got ruined as soon as all of us went forward. We're so well aligned. Ooh. That's not a lot of damage. Sorry, Mariana. Yeah, I'll use a Tata Orb. Oh, Lychee girl. We're gonna need you to approach a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. I can use that then. I know it's dangerous for her to be up close like this. Case in point. But I kind of wanted to be using her super effective move. I think that'd be cool, you know? Especially with those stat boosts. That's what we're looking for. Please someone prompt me to use the Pecha Berry on Tangerine. Apparently not. Gotta do everything around here. No, that's poison. Duh. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was burn. That's Rostberry. Big fan over here. Clearly. Got anything else that'd be good for this? Petrified doesn't really do much in boss fights since you just keep attacking them anyway, so... Honestly, throwing rocks is probably more effective than actually using my attacks. Geopurple is more, right? Yeah, 30 is pretty solid. Yo. Those buffs are helping. Boy. Not great. Not great so far. Get that stat boost. Aw. She's gotten a couple so far, which is pretty nice. Eee. Oh, tangerine. Holding on at 1 health, too. Eee. Hey, second hit. We take those. Do I want to heal right now? I kind of don't. Let's see what I can do with a Geopebble. I mean, I know exactly what I'm gonna do with a Geopebble, but you know. It might be better for us to be spread apart a little bit instead of, you know, all set up real nice for Moltres like this. Yes, for sure. It's just gonna take so long to do so. But at least if I'm, like, right a couple steps away, maybe. I might not get hit at this range, though. Yeah, this is pretty much fine. Because I'm throwing shit anyway. Yo, another stat buff. Not that it matters, because we're done. A lot of orange berries, but that's fine. We got all 3 birds. Now, is that actually relevant for anything in particular? Because Absol was prompting us to go do that. But I'm not sure if that was just like, hey, what if you got... What if we went and recruited them? Did you know you could do that? The fact that I got a Focus Blast TM? Incredible. Hell yeah, you can join after doing that for us. Hell yeah, you did almost no damage, but you can join. They don't even know what we did in that dungeon. Like, this was a side quest. I didn't even remember that I was in there for them. They have no idea. You're me. Why are you me? I'm me. Are you just floating? That's fine. Well, you're allowed to do that. More mail. Kabuto feels young again. One of our oldest residents claims to feel rejuvenated. Kabuto reportedly had an encounter with Relicanth in which both parties reminisced about the old days. However, even Kabuto could not keep up with Relicanth's tales from 100 million years ago. Kabuto stated, "It made me feel young talking to Relicanth." That's amazing. Chancy's fortune telling. As a special treat, I'll share a simple way to tell fortunes with you. The key is the first thing you find in today's first dungeon. If it's poke, you'll be sure to make more. If it's a berry, your health luck is good. If it's an apple, you're super lucky. If it's anything else, you're fucked. That's a nice reward for a quest that I just got in my inbox. We love stat boosts. You have orange berries, I kind of need to restock. No, of course you don't. Interesting. I can't picture myself using that, but you know, anything could happen. if I really want all of us to be able to walk on lava. I assume that means, since it's like the floor that you use the orb on is what it has an effect on, that like the team member who uses that has to be able to walk on that floor normally. You can't just like have a team full of land-bound Pokemon and be like, let's all fly now. Still really nice though, because that's a big problem with like being able to walk on certain surfaces, is that if you have any variety in your team, there's only going to be one member of the team who can actually walk on there, generally. Maybe two if you're lucky. So you can't really take advantage of it. The only reason I was able to justify going on the lava at all is because A, I had so many fire-type Pokemon, and B, the ones who weren't able to walk on there were strong enough that I could trust that they would do fine. Without having me over there to, you know, support them. I do have an Oran Berry. Might as well grab that. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess I'll keep the rocks in my inventory. Honestly, I'm surprised stat items don't sell for more. I guess they just want to discourage you from selling those. Nope. Earthquake, I believe I already have. Fire Blast! Is that good? Range, front. Does that mean, like, front 3 tiles, or just, like, literally right in front of you? Because... an enemy, it does say. Well... Right, yeah. I don't know why I forgot that for a second. I was like... I guess I was so sold on the idea that Fire Blast would be a spread move, since it's big blast of fire, that I forgot everything about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games and their terminology for a brief moment. Flame Charge. It is really powerful. If I feel like spamming a lot of accuracy items on a move, it's a nice nuke to have, just in case. That leaves me with 5k. Hey, Reviver Seed. Gotta love it. Don't think I can really afford anything interesting, but... yeah, Poison Swamp is, yeah, nothing new. But if I've, you know, well... I think the only Pokemon that can stay here, you know, those ones that are... I think the ones that are visible in there are just the ones that I have had recruited before but could not keep. You know? Otherwise, I feel like a lot more of them would be showing up at this point in the game. Yeah, I'm gonna need to save up for the 9,000. I could get this. Honestly, I might as well, because that's the only, yeah, the only one under like 6k that I can get anymore. It's the only one that I haven't gotten already. So I might as well get it out of the way. What do we get? Iron. Special reward. Special reward. I do kind of want a Skarmory. I don't know if I already have. I can't remember if it's like you refer it the one you rescue or the one who gave you the mission. I would assume it's the one who gave you the mission. Anyway, in that case, I think, already have a Mankey, but, you know, might as well. It is S rank. Wyvern Hill sounds like fun. Definitely not Hell. Pretty sure I have something from Remains Islands. I might as well grab that. Reviver Seed isn't the most exciting prize in the world, but you know. Good memories of making mission codes to the exact Pokemon you wanted to recruit. Oh, yeah. Good old mission codes. I forgot you can do that. I don't know that I've even used that once. At least in this game. I'm damn near certain I used it, like, however many years ago when I originally played this as, like, a child. And forgot this entire time. Lovely. Not that I really have any need for it, because, like, I kind of like walking back through the town and thinking for a sec, like, okay, is there anything I forgot to pick up earlier? Is there anything I want to store, sell right now? But it's nice to know. I think I'm just gonna do one of the dungeons I have a lot of missions in. Ever used it for, like, stronger legendary Pokemon, just Pokemon you liked? Yeah, valid. I definitely don't want to do Sky Tower right now. Maybe someday, but not now. I do want to do that. I might do that next stream. Because, the other important thing I need to do is Stormy Sea, and that is 40 floors. And I want to be prepared for that. But I'm pretty sure I can redo Sky Tower and do the, second Rayquaza battle. It's gonna be a lot, but still. Rayquaza's attacks are very easy to dodge, though, is the thing. I like Centred's little frown. This was... Okay, Spearow, Geodude, Pinsir, Tyrogue, Zigzagoon, Aeron, Meditite, Baltoy, Beldum. With that selection... Honestly, the one problem with bringing, a steel type into this dungeon is the Rapidash. Otherwise, though, Avocado would do pretty well. I mean, there are, the, you know, the Tyrogue and the Meditite, but, like, in general, it is an older dungeon, too, so it's less difficult. I'll give them some experience. Might as well. I forgot to check missions before I headed out again. Love it. Let's see if there's anything I can't do right now. Save my friend, escort to Tangela. Help the client. Find Nidoran. Okay, it's all stuff that's super easy to do. And it's literally done by the 5th floor. It's F rank as well. Only reason I even have these missions is because they have pretty nice rewards. Not gonna do much for me otherwise. Honestly, the fact that I immediately found the stairs. Yeah, literally, this is all I want to do. So, like, you can't, like, run with that, though. Sad. You know what? Why not? I wonder if it navigates to the mission. Yep. Neat. That's This is actually pretty nice for autoing the, like, super easy shit. But be careful, it's a faux tie rogue. So true, Bessie. So true, me. And then do I just... Yeah, there we go. I was just wondering if it'd even navigate automatically when they're right there on screen, if it'd be like, you should go over to that. Yeah, this dungeon's pretty tough. I don't know, I probably should leave. Sleep Seed, very nice to have. It's like a degree better than Petrified, because it does get undone pretty fast, but it doesn't just, like, automatically go off as soon as they're attacked. Disadvantage is that it'll, you know, wear off even if you don't attack them. Petrify is better for, like, full room of enemies, and you want to attack them one at a time, like, you know, like a monster house, for example. Don't know what else that'd be, but, sleep is a little better for something you're actively fighting. Kill you! This prompt is great. This one right here. Because you would think, oh, it's just gonna move them next to their friend. No. It just kind of moves them at random. Literally do not know the benefit of that. I mean, I guess if they're, like, in the middle of a monster house that you cannot survive fully, and you just are like, I'm just gonna sneak in there, get them to move, and leave. But I cannot imagine how unlikely that is to ever occur. Auto's pretty nice. I just wish it was, you know, sped up. That'd be nice. Better be careful, it's fometite. F-O-E. F-O-E. Doman-seman. F-O-E. Definitely not that threatening, though. Reviver Seed. Honestly, that's like half the appeal of doing this, is that's super easy items. And you still do get a decent amount of Reviver Seeds for, you know, relative to the difficulty. It's pretty nice. Wow, we're already almost done. Up until now, I've been stopped at just the right position to actually go fight the enemies. But it didn't even bother to line me up with them. Man. Didn't care about that, Baltai. I think we're done. Does it track anywhere how many days have passed? I don't really care about that per se, but I'm curious at least. This does not feel worth a gold ribbon, but I'll take it. Hey, got us enter it though. My very first. It would have been cute if you both joined. Maybe something more substantial today. What do we got for mail? I suppose this is a pretty good way to track it. Because the pellet for mail would... I'm pretty sure it's literally just based on how many days it's been. Did you love how those people force their way into your group? Yeah, right? Also, thank you. I was okay with it up until there was a Pokemon that joined my group that I already had. Here's Memothy for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. Fan Club seeks members. You probably announced the foundation of the Red and Blue Fan Club, an organization for supporting Pokemon rescue teams. We're currently recruiting new members. Won't you join and throw your support behind our hardworking rescue heroes? Plusle and Minun. So that's why it's red and blue. Certainly can't be any other reason that has been made irrelevant thanks to the name change and the merging of the versions for the remakes. Vileplume's weighty problem. Vileplume are widely recognized for their massive flower, however few dare to approach Vileplume because they scatter clouds of allergy-inducing pollen. Is that it? Because that just sounds like a normal flower. And I thought their deal was that they're the corpse flower. And they stink. That doesn't seem like the main thing. Because, like, then you would be staying away from, like, Blossom. I guess, you know, the size of the flower does make it worse. Just, you know, quantity. But Vileplume can complain that they tire very easily because the flower's weight makes their head heavy. Oh, evolution. You really fucked it up this time. I don't know how I did it, but I can't exit. How are you on Remains Island? I just saw you. Vileplume got self-conscious and asked them to stop telling others. Yeah. Don't tell others I stink. I know I do. I can't do anything about it. It's fair, honestly. Ooh. Ooh. I do like that. I would like the generic recruiting orb just for if I run into another shiny strong foe. But I'll take that. Refuse to believe Blossom is stinky. There's no way Blossom is stinky. Blossom smells wonderful. Blossom is just also allergy-inducing is the thing. Sorry to people with pollen allergies who cannot enjoy in full the beauty of a Blossom. Thank you for the hydrate. My water is empty, and there's a cat on my lap. I do have another water bottle nearby, but I think it's also empty. In fairness, it's the one I use for work, so it's good that it's empty, because I don't want to, you know, actually have water on that when I'm on public transit. It doesn't leak or anything, but I always worry. Dreaming of being a grass-type trainer, but you got hay fever. A grass-type, you mean? Grass-type trainer does exist, though. That is the thing. There's a whole trainer class for that. Whatever they're called, though. I don't know. I will do the stretch, though. I'll do a half-body stretch, because, again, I do have a cat in my lap. I need to get more water. But there is a cat on my lap! He is so cozy. He's been sleeping on my lap for the entire stream. Nearly, anyway. He climbed on, like, maybe an hour in. Let's see what we got from missions, though. Don't have enough to buy any more camps right now. Perfect apple. Gold ribbon! Thank you, Teddy Ursa. Try and sleep. Good night. Have a good rest. Bank orb. I don't particularly need that, but it is in Southern Cavern, which is the same as this place, so I might as well grab it. This was Silent Chasm. Yeah, there's something else there. Do I want to get this just because it's rank A? Honestly, maybe. Well, at this point, I should only be making the point of grabbing the S rank ones if I'm going to be grabbing them, like, exclusively because they're high rank. We're pretty far away from ranking up. So there is that. How am I doing on sword space? Bad! Doing very not good. What do I want from this? Are the bosses, like, guaranteed rare qualities? Are, like, the strong foes? Do they, like, for sure have that? I should check. Because if they do, then I might as well keep this. I do wonder if it's, like, it makes it easier to recruit Pokemon that have a rare quality, and this is something that is already determined when, you know, they faint, or, like, when you're fighting them, when they spawn, you know? Or if it's, if you recruit a Pokemon, it's more likely that they will have a rare quality, which is something that is rolled at that point. Where's is my phone so I can look that up? Got it. Sorry, buddy. Go back to sleep. Yeah. Are we using that as a pillow a little bit? Big yawn. Let's see. Rare quality orb. On strong foes. Strong foes and shiny location, not what I'm looking for necessarily, but... Yeah, it doesn't say anything about it. I don't know why it even showed up in their search results. Strong foe, rare quality. Mystery Dungeon. Does not say. Why can't there be incredibly specific information listed in this? I guess I'll just keep it in my inventory and hope that that's the case. Guess it's rolled at the same time as shiny roll. Probably. Yeah, like the same time as like spawn. It's just that like rare quality is never come into effect for wild Pokemon. So it makes sense to me if that was rolled when you recruit them. Another thing I wonder is if the wild Pokemon stats have like anything to do with the Pokemon you recruit, or if it's just rolled as soon as you recruit them, and all the, you know, wild Pokemon has to do with it is like species and gender. Because I could see that being the case. Maybe moveset, you know. Guess it wouldn't really make sense though. I have so many items. That's fine. Yeah, I just would want to know, you know, if that is the case, number one. But also, like, again, are they guaranteed to have rare qualities? Which would mean that the rare quality orb would for sure increase my chance of recruiting them instead of just being like, if they have a rare quality, it'll work. Otherwise, it's full odds, baby. Good luck. Doesn't hurt. But, you know. Remains Island. I wish the Strongbow was indicative at all of the type of Pokemon on the island. But it sure isn't. Like, I don't think Dark Knight Relic has a lot of Psychic types. Call me crazy. I think it might have a lot of Dark types. This is B and C rank stuff from floors 3, 7, 11, and 12. Yeah, we can do that. It is a more recent dungeon, so I'm gonna bring in Tangerine. Keeping considering the difficulty, you know. How long do we have to take along Dustox? Granted, clients in this game are like pretty alright. I've never really had difficulty with them. Unlike the original, where they were hell to deal with. No, floor 7. Yeah, nothing I need to worry about in terms of items. Hi, Zubat. Pretty area. See that little flower on the cliff? I suppose there's a ton of them, actually. Bonsly! Wow, what are you doing here? You're a Gen 4 Pokemon. You shouldn't exist. Wait. Marketing? No, surely not. I do honestly think it was really cool that they did that. I would say that they should do that again for future generations, but they don't make spin-off games anymore. So... sad to say. Sorry, excuse me, we did get Pokemon Cafe Mix and Pokemon Masters EX. Introducing new Pokemon by releasing it in Cafe Mix. I honestly... I don't play Cafe Mix, but it'd be cute, because the game has a cute art style. I'll give it that. But man, being able to use Bonsly and Munchlax in Mystery Dungeon and XD was really cool. And I want that kind of thing again! I wish. The other problem is it requires, like, a longer lead up into a new generation, you know? Which we just don't really have anymore. Like, the time between when we knew about Gen 9 officially, when we found out about the first couple Pokemon, and when it's releasing, they could have had, you know, a Pokemon appear in Legends Arceus, but it's a mainline game, so it wouldn't really work as well. It just wouldn't hit as hard, having it in Cafe Mix as well. Very cute art style, and I'd love to see it, but... I could maybe see, like, an NPC in Legends Arceus having one of the new Pokemon. Like, not as something you could actually get. Hell, it'd be kind of weird with the storyline, you know, making the first Pokedex. And then, like, yeah, this dude has some other Pokemon, but you can't receive it, though. Then again, you did get new Pokemon in that game that can't be used in any other game in the same generation. But they are considered to be Gen 8 Pokemon. It's, you know. I guess that's the replacement in a way. Adding Pokemon mid-generation. All the Hisuian Pokemon are Gen 9 previews, because we can't actually use them in any, like, competitive context, at least. Officially. Until Scarlet and Violet. All these, like, room wides that are going on right now. Basically, what I'm saying, though, is that we should get a Pokemon Coliseum 3rd game. We should get another Ori game, and... thanks. That's all I need. You can put a Pokemon from Gen 9 in, or Gen 10, I guess. That's fine. That's how, that is the whole context of this discussion, I guess. But it's not the important thing here. The important thing is I want to go back. So ridiculous. One enemy in this entire room. Didn't even get to see it before we demolished it. Wonder how Earth Power ran out of PP so fast. Wonder how that happened. Maybe I should set y'all to Let's Go Together again. Just possibly. Wait. No, I did it right. Hi, other Poliwag. How about Razor Leaf? How do you feel about it? I love both of the not very effective moves just missing entirely. Doesn't really matter. But... really, where it all went downhill is when they decided to put Victini as the 0th Pokemon in the Unova Dex, and they realized, man, we don't gotta just, like, Hey, Lee with a cheer! Thank you for the bits. In fact, I have a GameCube. I do have an original DS somewhere, but it's kind of, the hinge is a little, how should I say this? Busted. It does function, technically. I don't know where it is right now. But it's in a state. But yeah, they're like, you know, we don't gotta just, like, go straight to the starters after the last, like, legendary of the previous generation, mythical, whatever. If that's the case, what if we just added Pokemon later in the same generation? What if we didn't let ourselves be stopped by anything? The stream's going well, having a chill time. Yeah, that DS, that DS does work. I have to be very careful with it. I am curious about the context, though. I have sort of been wanting to dig up that GameCube as well. I don't know if I have it here. Because I have my Wii, which can play GameCube games, so I never really felt compelled to set it up. Or the original GameCube, anyway. I don't know why I prefaced that with original. There's only one. Shiny Wishmaker Jirachi. Ah, I see. Yeah, you need the original DS so you can have the GBA slot. Gotcha. Belt. Yeah, how much do those go for on various secondhand sites now? Whatever you want to count that as. Hey Harry, welcome. Happy Sunday. Happy Mareep Sunday. Mareep Sunday is alliterative, if you squint hard enough. Around 70 USD. Oh, that's not bad. Honestly, there is a part of me that, like, sort of wants to get a DS Lite. Just so I can have something with a GBA slot for any nonsense I want to do without having to be like, don't break it. You know. Not that I ever do that, but, you know. Pay for the shipping if you find the GameCube. I might be up for that. I don't know that I'll be able to do it, be able to do it anytime soon. There is some stuff that I had with my parents that is now in storage, and we were gonna go and, like, dig it up next time I came home. I don't live that far off, so this isn't, you know, necessarily that far away. But I can let you know if that comes up. Otherwise, I'll just see if I already have it here and I just buried it somewhere and forgot about it. Always very possible. It'd be very in character for me. Very on brand. I keep telling myself I need to dig out my Wii at least so I can load up XD again, because game of the century. And I want to try and find a Coliseum for a decent price. But of course, when I search up Pokemon Coliseum, all I get is like, here's a game manual for an exorbitant price for just a game manual, and the game for over $100. Then, you know, Wishmaker Jirachi. Which I would love to have, to be fair. And if this did happen, I would be down for shipping you, like, one of my GVA games. For that exact purpose. But yeah, it's so ass. It's so bad. Like, they weren't that unpopular, I thought. They didn't sell that poorly. And yet here we are. Oh, you know what I never ate here? All my stat items. I'm very smart. Defense. Who needs that the most? I gotta deal with ground types, which are kind of 50-50. Because they're mostly like physical, but earthquake... I always forget. Because like... I think earthquake is physical. Because it's not, you know, it's not a punching move, which is what I generally think of. It's not like direct contact. That kind of thing. But... it's not like magical damage. Is that correct? Yeah, it's physical. Yeah, I more so have to worry about physical than Lychee does, who's more worried about special. There is flying type damage to think about, but it's about it. Tangerine, yeah, ice type, mostly special defense. Calcium. On the one hand, Lychee does really need special attack more than anything. On the other hand, I kinda use that a lot too. We might as well keep it even. And then finally, special defense. Yeah, it's gonna be either Lychee or Tangerine. Yeah. Yeah, Tangerine. Hopefully Tangerine is never going to get hit by a single ice-type attack for her entire life. But that's probably not going to be the case. Not times 4 weakness, though. Gonna need hella ice... No, spice. Gonna need hella special defense in order to do anything about that. Survive a single hit of Ice Beam. Opponent uses Blizzard once. She's out. Ideally, I won't be bringing her into that kind of thing. Any sort of dungeon with ice-type enemies, but, well... yeah, I guess we can have Hypno join us. You have squad up. I don't know that I like that, actually. I don't know that I like that this Hypno is good at recruiting. That has implications. Good night. Okay. That was basically fine, all things considered, throwing a max elixir at Tangerine. She's allowed to have that. That's not a bad thing. It, like, had me look at my inventory, didn't find any, like, harmful items to throw, and was like, fuck. I guess I'll throw this thing and waste it or something? This is the benefit to not being fully prepared. It's like beginner's luck, you know. It's like the whole unpredictable novice thing. Enemies don't know what to do with you. Come on, it's being recruited by Hypno. Yeah, right? I don't think it's willingly. Just maybe. You having fun over there? I mean, I'm fine with it. You're wasting all those. But that's fine. Wait, do I actually... How did I never notice this? When I... Hold on. Let me just... When I shove a Pokemon out of the way, I actually do a little shoving animation. I actually shove them. I'm like, move! Get out of here. That, So that did a lot more than I was expecting it to do. I thought I'd be basically fine. Move, it's Pride Month. Move, I'm gay. So true. I was really hoping that would hit the strong Pokemon that I'm trying to kill as soon as possible. This is going very badly. Get out of my way so I can get one shot on So True. Hey, buddy. Normally you guys aren't actually that big of a deal. What do I got for you? Just hold on there for a second. I'm thinking. I normally go for confusion, but I don't have that right now. Do you want, like, a nap? I know you're, like, a psychic type, so that's kind of your thing-ish. But... How are you doing that much? In one hit from quick attack. You don't even get stab on that. I'm not even weak to that. You guys are normally not a big deal. I know this is a later dungeon. This is kind of bad. I think maybe three Reviver Seeds in, I think. We're just gonna... I do want to kill you, but I think we need to be better set up for that. And not in a hallway where I'm the only one who can attack you. Just warp to somewhere. I was hoping I'd be able to see you on the map. Why didn't you use that earlier? Why didn't either of you use that earlier? You have room-wide attacks. I know we were in a hallway. Oh, wait, there you are. Can I strike from here? I don't think I can. It worked out anyway, because now you're in range. Was that worth 3 Reviver Seeds? Probably not. Imagine if that had been as shiny. Did that make me... No. Did not make me drop my held item. Mudslide! Recruit, recruit, recruit. Come on, Hypno, it's your job. Come on. It's your whole thing. It's one Tangela. I think maybe you can do a little better than that, guys. I know I'm the fire type, I kind of have an advantage here. But maybe... We need to get out of here. This is kind of bad. Hi, Nemo. Hi, Nemo. Hey, Dustox. There's your buddy. We did it. No. I'm not just gonna leave here. What do we have left? 11th and 12th floors. Wait. Thanks for the slow trap. think I don't want to heal Hypno. Hi, Sentret. Thanks for the follow me. So true, follow me on twitch.tv. Hi, Elegy! Hope you're having a good night. Or whatever. I'm doing good. We're just having an interesting time. It's a very normal dungeon. Hi, Magmar. Could you please stop, Magmar? See a pink DS? Let's go! Hell yes! I forgot about the pink DS. How could I forget? Imagine still using your GameCube. Imagine still being attached to a hit Pokemon game from 10 years ago or whatever. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. That couldn't ever be me. Not even once. You would forget if it was in the mail. That's very fair. Good. Oh, honey, you're about to get roasted. That is not a good situation. The fact that it's even, like, looking at the Magikarp. Not just, you know, coincidentally nearby. At least it's raining. Makes it a little more difficult. This rain weekend fire moves in this game. Now that you mention it, I don't know. I think it does. It doesn't in the original? Well, thematically it works. Thematically, for the joke, it still works. Sorry, I know we just kicked you off the team, but you can't just rejoin. Well, sorry to Magikarp. This is looking pretty bad. If y'all could, like, calm down a little, I think that'd be great. What do you think about this? That's what you think about it. Okay, that's fair enough. I'm hoping someone will ask to heal me, so I can take advantage of Blaze and then not die. Thank you, Lychee. Could have been made before the rain mechanic was made public, so I don't even if they knew it back then. That's very fair, yeah. Yeah, they're a little bit just went super on me. God dang, Ladybug. That's what they do. They destroy. They're powerful little bugs. I don't know why I didn't just use Heat Wave. In retrospect, I think I was too excited by the cluster of Ladybug that would be perfect for the splash damage. It's satisfying, you know? Because Heat Wave just hits everything in the room by default. Flame Burst, you actually have to be adjacent. And when that works out, it's nice. Using up a lot of Oran Berries here, though. Yeah, Lychee's not doing great. I'm not doing great either. It's just not going great for anyone in general. Yeah, you know what? We don't have space, actually. And every single member of my team right now, I do not have in a camp yet. Ladybug, on the other hand. You said goodbye to Ladybug. Yeah, we never even said hello. How are we doing on Oran Berries? Because we were doing bad earlier, then we got a lot, and we restocked pretty nicely. We got 3. If I find the stairs real quick, which shouldn't be hard, there's 2 rooms left that I have not explored, seemingly. It is Sandstorm right now, though. But I am in Blaze. I don't have a Snubble. So I could say goodbye to... Do I want to say goodbye to Lychee for the moment? I kinda do. I love Lychee, I love having Lychee with me. Lychee's a little over-leveled, and I think me and Tangerine could use a little bonding time right now. Thanks, girl, you're always super helpful, but take a rest for once in your life. And stop just destroying everything in a dungeon without even needing me around. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. I was hoping the stairs would be in here, and it wouldn't. But, what's going on over there? Having fun? Apparently. Thank God. Not great for me. Water type moves will be more powerful. Okay, it does strengthen water type moves, but it doesn't weaken... well, I mean, well, they're... Still helps Magikarp in a way, you know. Steamroll. What's that do again? Because I know it's supposed to be really good. Even moves that have no effect or are not very effective due to abilities or bad type matchups will be able to steamroll opponents and deal damage. Right, they did have that as a, whatchamacall in, Super. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. The, like, things just sliding into the bands. But I don't think I'll use it on a Ladybug. Just a random Ladybug. Emera. They're called Emera. E-M-E-R-A. The more you know. In Looplets are the item. I remember things occasionally. Could we calm down? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's weakened, at least. If it is, if fire damage is weakened here, it's not telling me, so. Could you handle this? Thanks. Always reliable. Hey, Magikarp, I know we've taken a while here, but... Have an apple. Can you eat apples? Apparently. Hey, Tangerine, you've been doing real good here, but... Tempting to keep going with Tangerine only a little bit, but... I don't know. Nah. I'm getting so many new recruits from this, though, as long as they live. Step 1. Survive. Boy, would that have been nice about 10 turns ago. Munchlax! Why, my health? Yo. Everyone is dealing and taking so much damage right now. It's kind of... I should have stopped a little earlier there. I don't have a lot of orange berries left. I have like 2. Glad you were not being very literal with that down for the count thing. Don't faint. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, you can have a Reviver Seed. Hate to do it. Can I, like, hit a single attack here? You can't be serious. That's unreal, that amount of misses. Yeah, I figured that'd do it. I got like 1 hit on that. I'm not even gonna wake you up. Is there anything cool over here? Just money? Just money. Always just money. And as a capitalism hater, money is never cool. I love seeing Frantic Zubat just because the speed of those wing beats is kind of wild. Intuition says left. Good adventures always go left. Hi, Flaffy. Please don't hurt me, Flaffy. Right, you have Mudshot. You're not the worst matchup for a Flaffy. Oh my god. I care enough about recruiting like one of every Pokemon. I'm not gonna do it anytime soon. I'm not gonna make a point of it. But I care enough that I do want to, you know, do it whenever I can. Yeah, recruit whatever's new. This is agonizing. That is going this well for me. It's like, what do I do with this? They don't seem to be significantly weaker than me. But I have to have 1 member from my team, it seems. Pidgey seems not hard to obtain. It would be surprising if it was. Nidoran too. But I like Nidoran more than Pidgey. And Flaffy is adorable. So I can't say no. really don't want to wake you up. Nice. I knew recruiting you would be the right option. There's our target. I think I might already have a Mischievous, but if this Mischievous wants to join our party, and I don't, I am gonna say yes, because they are, like, my favorite ghost type. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. It's gonna be fine. Yep, there we go. We have one more Pokemon to rescue. Then we're out of here. And I can recruit all these. Officially. No, I would not like to escape from the dungeon. Oh, that's just lovely for me. You know, I was thinking, this really could be worse. And I would love for it to be worse. I just wish it'd be a little bit more suffering for me, you know? You know, it'd be great right now, Hail. This entire room, the stairs are not in here. Massive place, thank God. That's fine, Hypno. This is less fine, Hypno. What is with my accuracy right now? Oh, come on. I don't have the camp for that one, though. This is so sad because I love Wooper. But I can't justify it when I don't even have that camp. That's a good next target, though. Because I can't let that happen again. As a true Wooper enthusiast. I was trying to think of, like, a word for a Wooper fan. But unfortunately, the best word for that would just be a Wooper. Because it works too well already. As, like, a type of person, you know? Hey, you're not weak to water. Hey, could you... There you go. You have Thunderfang. That works out really well, actually. That's... Is that I can hit from here. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Apom. What am I looking for here again? Help Nidoran. Yeah. We can do that. Hi, Murkrow. How about 69 damage? Is that funny to you? Crow's like comedy, I think. I don't know, I'm just trying to find any joy in this situation. Where, I'm dealing with the best worst problem possible. Of having too many Pokemon to recruit. I survived somehow. Yes, I would love to exit the dungeon now. Good lord. Carbus is pretty nice. I'll take that. Hi. Yes, please. No camp for Kabuto. I didn't even realize. Oh, that's so sad. Right, because Kabuto was one of the first ones that I recruited, so I wasn't really paying attention to that yet. I could have gotten another Pokemon in there. Could have gotten Pidgey, probably. Unless I just happened to not have the right camp for a Pidgey. But I don't think that's the case. No camp for Magikarp? What the fuck? That's so messed up. Because Magikarp's gonna be a pain in the ass to recruit outside of, like, that very specific circumstance, isn't it? I'm sure it's not, like, specifically rare or anything as a Pokemon you can rescue, but I don't know where else there's gonna be, you know, potentially wild... Ooh. Let's fucking go. That makes up for it a little bit. There's probably something somewhere, but... I just can't picture them using Magikarps as enemies. But that was, despite my suffering, pretty good way to end it. A good way to end the stream for tonight. Because that's a lot of new Pokemon. I'm gonna check my mail, look over my rescue team that I've accumulated. Sea rescue a success. A high seas rescue in the stormy sea by Team Sea Dragons ended yesterday with a successful rescue. Recovery, I suppose. Of Tentacruel, reports Seadra, the team leader. The client, Corsola, is said to be delighted by the outcome. Tentacruel stated, I didn't realize how far I've been washed out to sea. The stormy sea is unforgiving. By the way, did you remember the stormy sea? You remember that we told you to go there, but you haven't gone there yet? It's kind of weird, isn't it? Slack off pillows for insomnia. Relief for delicate souls who can't sleep with different pillows. Insomniacs rejoice over the announcement of the Slackoff pillow, which is said to induce sleepiness just by seeing it. Already, the inventor is swamped by inquiries from all over. However, production is said to be not yet ready. So if I saw this ad in, like, a mainline Pokemon game where I'm a human, I wouldn't even blink. I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. Slackoff is just a guy here. That's just a type of dude. This seems strange. A bit. Is that just me? I mean, alright. If you say so. Yeah, there's that one. Please save my love. Please rescue Nidoqueen. We promise our futures to each other. That's cute. Slackoff is a popular sleep guru. That, you know, that would make sense. You know, that actually, that tracks. Lol, 420. I mean, I would never say anything silly like that, ever in my life. 6, 79, 99. Okay, yeah. So there is like a total cap on how many Pokemon can stay in each area, but that isn't anything to do with like the unique Pokemon available for that area. I was curious if there's like an easy way to check like how far along I am. It does like mark off which Pokemon you have off the list, but I do wonder if that would, like, if I were to release my only Poochyena, for example, if that would take that marker away? If it's like, this Pokemon is currently recruited? Or if I were to evolve it, you know? Or if it's just, you've had one at least once. I suppose I would be able to check if I just looked at, the desert. Wherever that was. Well, this would be Yeah, okay. So once they evolve, it's considered to be not there anymore. So I need to get, hypothetically, another Belden Tang once Avocado fully evolves. I don't know that I care that much. Oh, right, I do have a Bonsly. I do fully have a Bonsly. Okay. I just need a Munchlax then. I assume. Unless I just also have that and I just, you know, forgot about that. But I don't think that's the case. So there's Tangerine. Withering Desert. I was looking at the middle of the list. So I missed that one. But yeah. Huh, wonder what that question mark one is. We'll never know. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out while I did some more Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Got all the birds. And made some good progress on ranking up and all that stuff. Got some new recruits. Fun stuff. I'm gonna see if there's someone we can raid. But I'll see y'all probably sometime tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. We'll see what's happening. Well, yeah. Oh! Smeargle is a part of the... It's on the save screen? I guess this is including, like, plot events? You know, sure. It's what you've unlocked or done, in general. Makes enough sense. Not exclusively bosses. Unless, nay, surely not. Smeargle boss somewhere down the line. Or maybe I already had this boss fight, but Smeargle wrote it out of my mind. Painted it over. Some whiteout. The boss fight was allowing Smeargle to paint over my beautiful, beautiful fire flag. It was a tough choice. Let's see who's online. I'm gonna switch back over to here. While I do that. Oh, Cherry just started stream, so I might as well go say hi. Doing some VR chat stuff. Go say hi to Cherry. I'll send y'all over, and we'll see you tomorrow at some point. Well, I'll figure it out. Probably same time as usual, 6-ish, 6 to 7 CST. You know how it is. Alright, have a good time, Zone. Bye-bye.